Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Really happy that you can join us. For the first session of today's IICCIE22 keynote, we have the pleasure of having Dr. Lucas giving us a talk on performance feedback theory in the digital age. My name is Zhao. I'm moderating this session from University of Waterloo. Before we get started, I would like to acknowledge our land. University of Waterloo acknowledge that much of our work takes place on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. Our active work toward reconciliation takes place across our campuses through research, learning, teaching, and community building, and is centralized within the Office of Indigenous Relations. Before we get started, just a quick word on the logistics. Because we're streaming on 3 platforms, it'll be easier for us to manage the questions if you send your questions for the Q&A period to the email address shown at the bottom of the screen. That is info@the-IICCIE.com. info@the-IICCIE.com. Now, I'll just start by giving a short introduction to our speaker today. Dr. Gerardus Lucas is Assistant Professor of Strategy at Nottingham University Business School. He joined Nottingham in 2018. Previously, he held the position of Vice Chancellor's 2020 Lecturer in Business and Management at De Montfort University in the UK. Dr. Lucas has received a doctorate from Tilburg University in the Netherlands and worked as a postdoc research fellow at Simon Fraser University in Canada. Dr. Lucas studies how strategic decision makers collect, interpret, and act upon performance information pertaining to their organization, and his work has been published in prestigious journals such as Journal of Management, New Horizons in Managerial and Organizational Cognition, and most recently, PNAS. Dr. Lucas, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Will. I'm going to start my screen share, but I'm prevented from doing so. If the tech can stop sharing the intro slide, then I can share my slide. All right, that's great. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, can you confirm you can see this?
Yes, very
okay,
well.
Great. Then we're up and running. Welcome, everyone. Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining us today. I'm very excited to be talking to you about performance feedback theory. It's been sort of my main research interest for very many years now. It was the core topic of my PhD, and I'm still working on it because there's just so much you can do, so much research opportunities in this field. Today, I want to talk specifically about what research opportunities there are given this digital age that we're in now, especially with advancements in artificial intelligence and related technologies. There's just so much happening and so much going on that, well, it's worthwhile considering, well, what research opportunities does that offer. So that's what I'll take you through today. And the core of my argument in this talk will be performance feedback theory. It's a very well-established theory. It's a useful theory. It's all over the pages of many journals and books and other sort of publications within strategic management, organizational theory, and beyond. But what I'll also explain to you is that this theory builds on a certain image of the organization and decision makers, and perhaps, or probably, that image does not fit very well anymore to how organizations and decision makers sort of operate and the context in which they work in this digital age nowadays. So then the question arises is how can we update the image and then adjust this performance feedback theory and sort of reevaluate some of the assumptions and frameworks and things we hold for granted in light of digital technologies like AI being implemented in ever more ways and ever more places, and offering ever more opportunities for business, for government, and so on. And hopefully you'll agree with me that unlocks a lot of research opportunities for people interested in management, organizational theories, and that's something that if you're in those fields, you can jump on. If you're using different theories than I am, what you'll probably know is that a lot of those theories are also based on foundational work that happened roughly between the 1950s and 1980s, and that some of the criticisms that are leveled at performance feedback theory in terms of the image they have of the organization and of decision makers might apply to those theories as well, or it might be different criticisms of the same sort that you could level at those theories, and then have an opportunity for yourself to carve out some space for research yourself. If you're not in the management discipline, then take this talk as an example of a theoretical exercise you could do in your own field with your own theories. Because all theories are based on assumptions, all theories arise in a certain historical period and sort of fit with reality and with the empirical facts that are available at that time. And you can consider, well, if the empirical facts change, if organizations, people change, if how society works changes, what implications does that have for our theorizing? And that can unlock plenty of research opportunity for you as well, even if you're not in the management discipline. So hopefully there's a takeaway for all of you from this talk. All right. With that introduction out of the way, what I'll do is I'll explain to you, first of all, what is this thing called performance feedback theory? Because that's the core of this talk, so it's good to have a common understanding of this thing. Well, performance feedback theory is a theory, it's a field of study in which we examine how organizations respond to feedback on the performance. So obviously, it's very relevant for business organizations. Business organizations, they want to get a good performance, they want to have profits and compensate shareholders, they want to make sufficient money to pay their staff, to pay their suppliers, etc. But performance doesn't necessarily have to be a financial thing. It can also be achieving a good outcome for service users of mental health organizations. It can be for, say, a government organization to maximize the social benefit they achieve with the budget they have available. So performance feedback theory is a theory that you can apply very broadly. And it's just about, well, how do organizations and decision makers think about performance? How do they monitor their performance, and what do they do based on monitoring that performance? And throughout this talk, what I'll do is I'll put a lot of references on these slides, so that if you have the slides, then I'm sure they'll be provided to you if you want, or as a standard, then you have a reading list if you want to get into this topic and learn more about it. Continuing on from that, performance feedback theory it's a popular theory in strategy and management, and probably it's popular because it's quite intuitively appealing. It fits with how decision makers themselves operate and how they themselves have sort of implicit theories about how they operate, how they do the work, and it fits very well with that. A lot of recognizable things for them. And what are those recognizable things? So let's move on to the next slide, where I have taken a picture from one of Heinrich Greve's publications. And this is one of the more accessible pieces on performance feedback theory. And this figure, it's a model, and it shows some of the very core pieces or processes that happen in performance feedback. And so it's a useful way to look at what is performance feedback theory in more detail. Obviously, this model is a simplified and stylized view of a messy, complex process that happens in the real world. And you can complicate this further depending on what you want to be emphasizing and looking at. But I think this figure is a very useful one for us to understand the basic principles of PFT. So starting from the top, what organizations and decision makers do is they care about achieving a good performance. They want to know if their strategies, if the ways in which they are trying to achieve their goals and missions and so on are working, so they want to observe performance. But say you're an organization and you're achieving a 5 million profit. If I tell you that information, here's an organization, they're making a 5 million US dollar profit. Can you tell if that's good or not? Probably the answer is no. You don't know how big that organization is. You don't know how much performance did they have, profits did they have in the past? How much profits are the competitors making? So that brings us to the next bit on this graph, and that's what's actually the core part of performance feedback theory, where the performance feedback happens. So where performance becomes a feedback. Because what we'll do is we'll compare against what's called an aspiration level. It's a desired level of performance. It's the goal that we're after. So if performance compares favorably against our goals, then we're satisfied and we're on the right track. If it doesn't, then we're not on the right track, and we'll need to do things to deal with that. And what then usually happens is we get several things happening in the organization, in the decision-making process. We get what's called probabilistic search. That's search for solutions that are very problem-driven. And the problem in this case is not performing as well as we had intended. That creates solutions that then provide options that you can decide to implement. Restructuring of the organization, new products and services to sell, ways in which you can change all kinds of things about your strategy and organization. There's also implications for how risk tolerant decision makers and organizations become. They become more risk tolerant if they're not performing as well as they like. They become less risk tolerant if they're performing well, because then they don't want to take too much risk. So this model shows us the core concepts of performance feedback theory. We've got this master switch of performance feedback, where we're comparing performance versus the aspiration level, and depending on if that's a positive or negative comparison, we see quite different actions and behaviors happening in the organization. Next important bit is there's goals, there's aspiration levels. So as an organization, we need to determine, well, what are the relevant performance metrics we monitor? Also, then what are the aspiration levels? What's a good enough, what's a satisfactory level of performance on those performance metrics. And often what we'll look at is these aspiration levels. Well, we can compare against our own organization's history. We can compare against comparable organizations. Also, at the end, there's a response or a decision. That can be, in the first instance, as we saw in the model, some sort of search process, searching for solutions. So generating new solutions, decision alternatives. That can be what we would ordinarily call change, strategic change, organizational change, which is about selecting a certain solution, choosing an alternative to what has come before, and then hoping that will increase performance on the next monitoring moment. So that's the core of performance feedback theory. And performance feedback theory is sort of a development on from the behavioral theory of the firm. And anybody that's familiar with these references will recognize that this is what's called the traditional Carnegie School, after the Carnegie Mellon University in the US, where these academics worked and sort of collaborated and created a lot of this theoretical material that then was taken by performance feedback theory and further refined. And there's this concept called bounded rationality, and it's by now pervaded into economics, into all kinds of other fields just beyond management organizational theory. But Simon, especially, Herbert Simon, who won the Nobel Prize for coming up with this concept, was one of the originators there. So bounded rationality, it's a different assumption about humans and the decision making. When the Carnegie School scholars started, a lot of explanations for firm activity, for business, came from economics. And as you may know, like the prototypical way of making assumptions about how human beings make decisions and thus how companies operate is that of perfect rationality. We know all the possible outcomes of our decisions. We're perfectly able to know all the implications of our decisions, what the payoffs will be of all these alternatives, and then we do an optimization process in which we find the one that will yield us the maximum benefit. The Carnegie tradition said, well, that's wrong. People are not that cognitively complex. They're not all-knowing. They're not omnipotent. They can't calculate all these things, because that's, if you've got a lot of decision alternatives, it's just too complicated. We can't always know. There's ambiguity in what the future states will be, what the outcomes will be. So we are proposing this new assumption called bounded rationality, which says that people strive to be rational, but they're limited in the extent to which they can be rational. And there's a lot of things you can derive from bounded rationality that then fit with the core components of performance feedback theory. Because you're boundedly rational, you cannot maximize, cannot find the most optimal solution to any decision problem. What you do is you try and find one that is satisfactory, a decision alternative that you believe would increase your performance above the aspiration level. So that satisfies it. Because we are boundedly rational as decision makers, our attention, the amount of information we can pay attention to, the amount of things we can care about, is limited. Also, if that's the case, if people are limited in their attention, they might care about different things. So we get organizational politics, we get competing interests that are happening, and then we get people trying to sway the organization one direction or the other, and depending on how much power they hold, that will influence what sort of performance metrics become dominant, what sort of aspiration levels the organization strives for. So that's the dominant coalition dynamics. Also, because people are boundedly rational and when trying to solve problems, well, the logical thing for them to do is to search for solutions to try and solve the problem quite close to where they think the problem originated. So if your inventory's performance is not good, then you start looking at inventory management as a solution to that problem. If your brand recognition is not great, then you start looking at marketing as an area for finding solutions. Also, we get what's called myopia, is that we're sort of very narrowly focused, and if we go down one route of trying to solve a problem, that sort of keeps us going down that road, and we don't always have a very broad view of all the solutions. So it's very part dependent in how we make decisions. And that also affects, well, the direction of search, of what changes get made, and thus what decisions happen. So that's a bit of a more detail on what are the theoretical underpinnings of performance feedback theory. Then where are we at today? Well, the current state of performance feedback theory research is that we've got an evolving field with an established core model, like I presented a couple of slides before, and core principles that covered in the previous slides. But what we also have is we have empirical findings that are inconsistent with the core model and these principles. So they're calling them into question. We've got some things that do fit, but we've also got some areas in which there's deviation happening. So in recent years, what we've seen an exploration of how looking at different levels of analysis, if we're looking at the strategic level of the organization versus more operational, tactical levels in the organization, does that make a difference? What are some of the boundary conditions, like different types of organizations, organizations of different sizes, does that make a difference? There's some research on that. What sort of contingencies would change how we think about that core model? And some important areas are that, well, in the model I showed you, there was one performance metric and one aspiration level. Well, usually organizations have a whole range of performance measures they monitor, so they also have many aspiration levels, and that sort of complicates the picture. And a lot of research has gone into, well, how do organizations manage such multiple goals and multiple aspiration levels? Also, doesn't matter what sort of decision we're trying to explain. Do different logics happen when different decisions are being made? So that's what we're at the moment. I think the interesting bit is that, and that's why I also introduced this whole behavioral theory of the firm, the Carnegie School writings, that there's a certain image of organizations that's baked into this theory that was the empirical reality that these theorists faced when they were developing their work. And just as a bit of an example to clarify what I mean here by the image of the organization, if you look at the behavioral theory of the firm, that's in the Carnegie School work, the book that performance feedback theory is most closely based on, by Side and March from 1963. If you look at chapter 6 in the 1992 edition, fortunately you don't have have the 1963 edition. But it's a similar chapter in that earlier edition. Is the main example they use to illustrate a theory is a retail department store, which is sort of a very slow, stable kind of organization. And other examples in the work are complex bureaucratic firms, but not necessarily very fast-moving, dynamic, technologically always changing firms. Performance feedback theory itself developed as a distinct theory, sort of its own thing out of behavioral theory of the firm by the late 1990s. That's when the theory really came into its own. That's, for those familiar with a bit of business history, well into the shareholder capitalism era, which is different from when Zhao and March wrote, when sort of this predominance of the shareholder and everything about profits and shareholder returns was not as big a thing yet. So that also means that in performance feedback theory, we see a predominance of samples with large multi-divisional and or multinational firms, which are obviously quite different from startups, small and medium enterprises, and other types of firms. And also we've seen a narrowing of what performance metrics usually get examined, and the goals that then the belief is that these organizations and decision makers take into consideration to just measures of profitability, usually return on assets, which is more narrow than if you look back to Zhao and March, who talked about sales, profitability, inventory, and so on, as some of the core goals that an organization would have. So we see this shift to more dynamic competitive environments in which the theory is being used. In terms of the decision makers themselves, in the behavior theory of the firm, as I've already explained, there's this core assumption of bounded rationality, meaning that decision makers will satisfy rather than maximize when making decisions, in contrast to a lot of economic theory, and that they have limited and biased attention. Performance feedback theory has taken these concepts and sort of said, well, it also means that there are some implications for what motivates decision makers. What decision rules do they operate by? Generally, there's been the assumption that decision makers try to problem solve. We saw the concept of probabilistic search. So if performance is below the aspiration level, that's not good. So decision makers will try to problem solve. So you get this sort of fire alarm decision rules. So we monitor different performance metrics. We've got more aspiration levels. And if any one of them compares unfavorably, well, that's a trigger, and we'll try to do something about it. However, there's a different assumption you can make, and that revolves around self-enhancement, which is coming out of psychology, which says that people they don't want to admit, or they feel uncomfortable if they have to admit that things are not going well, if their performance is not good. So what they try and do is, if they're faced with a whole range of performance measures and comparison against aspiration levels, they'll pick those that are showing them and their organization in a favorable light. So the ones that are positive, and then use that as sort of a way to argue, well, we're on the right course, or strategy is working, let's just crack on with it. So that's self-enhancement, and there's some further decision rules, but those are less commonly examined. If you want to know more about it, the second reference here would be quite informative for you, because they compare all the different decision rules and motives that could drive decision makers. So with that introduction to performance feedback theory and looking at, well, what sort of image do they have of the organization and decision makers? Let's examine, well, is that image of the organization and decision makers still relevant, current? Is that a useful image to have underpinning a theory like performance feedback theory? So what I'll now focus on is, well, what sort of implications would artificial intelligence and similar digital technologies have for things happening at the strategic level of an organization, for how the strategic decision-making process happens in contemporary organizations. So this is really about the context in which organizations and decision makers that PFT has previously explained describes operate. You can also use PFT in relation to AI and digital technologies in a different way, where PFT is your framework for predicting how companies, or when companies would adopt AI and other such technologies, or what sort of new organizational forms and business models are made possible by AI, and then explaining their occurrence and their adoption using performance feedback theory. Those are options as well, but that's not what I'll focus on here. I'll really focus on how those AI and similar technologies change the reality for the decision makers and the organizations we're trying to explain in PFT and the behavioral theory of the firm. So what are these digital age implications? I think there's two main ones. There's sort of a shift, probably like this major escalation of information gathering possibilities. So how much information we can gather and compile and such is increasing by such great strides that it's probably not comparable to that retail department store that Sarah described, or even the radio stations monitoring their listener numbers that Henry Greve described in his 1998 paper. It sort of kicked off a lot of research in performance feedback theory. But also there's this upward shift in information processing capabilities, and I think that's probably one of the things that, especially of artificial intelligence, brings to the table, that there's just so many more possibilities to process information and make sense of it and organize things and derive insights. And furthermore, as I've seen it, there's these implications for the volume of information and that can be gathered and handled and thus included into a strategic decision-making process, and also the speed by which these technologies can process that information is just so more rapid than previous technologies and the human brain itself. So probably there's also a lot more analytical complexity that can be handled using these technologies. So just in the very abstract, that's what I think AI and digital technology means for performance feedback theory and such. But what research opportunities does this unlock? And I'll just mention 5. It's obviously not an exhaustive, comprehensive list, but these are some things, some directions you can start thinking to see, well, how can we develop a theory like performance feedback theory further, but might also apply to other fields and other theories, as mentioned in the beginning. And the first one is how much of a limitation do bounded rationality and limits to attention still present? So to explain, these are some of the core fundamental assumptions that are made about decision makers, about decision making in performance feedback theory. But if we've got these digital technologies like AI, well, how relevant is bounded rationality still? How much do these limits to attention that the human being has, how much does that still matter? Or will there be some sort of divorcing of what human capability and understanding is, and how information in an organization can be processed, given the technology that is used to analyze information, which is based on quite different mechanics than the human brain. So, well, can the technology compensate for the limitations of the human brain? If that happens, how relevant are some of these restrictions that we think organizations, decision makers operate under still? But obviously, if there is such an explosion of the amount of information, the different things we can pay attention to, it also opens up greater scope for self-enhancement. So picking and choosing and just looking at those performance informations that make the organization and the decision makers' previous decisions look very favorable and good. A second one is, well, we can think about, and that follows on from the first one also, how is the work, decision making and such distributed between human decision makers and the digital? Simon himself was also involved in some of the work on the early development of artificial intelligence, and he made this distinction between programmable and non-programmable decisions, like decisions that can be programmed and sort of turned into an algorithm. Obviously, that would be where the digital technologies and AI certainly will make a contribution, but a lot of very advanced forms of AI also seem to be able to do non-programmable decisions. So perhaps this distinction is no longer relevant, and that might also mean that a lot of things what we consider strategic decisions, which are not generally very programmable, could be done by AI. So a lot of things to research and think about there. And the third area is speed and comprehensiveness. Because of all the capabilities in the technology, well, there's a sense, well, maybe performance feedback can become speedier and it can become more comprehensive. And one of the areas that might be interesting, because that's a challenge in performance feedback theory, is determining, well, what organization should we compare with? Which are the most comparable and therefore most informative organizations for us to see, well, can we do things differently? Can we achieve a performance improvement and get closer to or the leaders in or industry? But sort of making those calculations, making those determinations has been hard. So usually what gets compared against is the industry average. If you got this information processing capabilities, this AI algorithm, or maybe that can do a better job of sort of making these judgments and sort of figuring out a way to weigh different criteria and find sort of this prototypical comparison organization that will show us, well, here's how distant you are from that competitive gap that you want to close. There's questions about how regularly can and should performance feedback be examined, and obviously there might be advantage to monitoring very regularly, because then you can sort of adjust and prevent problems from getting bigger. But the downside to that is that if you monitor performance very regularly, you become more sensitive to changing things based on noise rather than signal. Because performance events and things, there's often, or there's a bit of things that happen by chance, or there's measurement error and all kinds of things. So you might be acting on something that's not really a signal about fundamental things, but more an artifact of the information collection exercise. And some research has already started to ask this question, whether there will be a rebalancing from, as I've described, a very cognitive, deliberate way of processing performance feedback and information to a more fast-paced, effect-driven response to performance feedback. So if we get very regular, very constant performance feedback, does that also speed up the way we make decisions and process it, and thereby make it more about, well, just acting quickly rather than deliberating and trying to let it sink in. 2 more to go in terms of research directions. Well, this 4th one is it's not so much about the theory itself, but more about what's happening in practice. Because obviously, like we as theorists and academics can think about or assumptions and question them, but are they doing that themselves, the managers, decision makers, or are they themselves stuck into an outdated image of how an organization works, what decision makers can and cannot do, and there's some inertia in how they themselves are developing. So they may be missing out on opportunities and possibilities that AI and digital technologies offers them to monitor their performance, to set aspiration levels, to continue to improve their strategies and ways of working. So similar question as we're asking theory-wise, we can also ask about the empirical reality we're trying to describe. And the last one, and it's maybe some thoughts already, looking ahead to this afternoons or evenings or nights, depending on what time zone you're in, a panel session, there might also be a risk to embracing digital technologies like AI in strategic decision making, because one of the big worries about these technologies in general is that they can be inscrutable. So that means that we don't really understand the mechanics and how the technology works. And if that's the case, do we still understand the performance feedback we're receiving? If we don't understand that performance feedback anymore, well, what is the risk that we're making wrong decisions, or that what we assume is happening is different from what the algorithm, what the AI is self-learning algorithm is actually generating? And then, well, we might still not be making better decisions and benefiting from it. As with any new development, new technology, it can sound very promising, and it can lead to very inflated expectations of what it will bring. So if organizations are implementing AI and similar technologies in the performance feedback processes and the strategic decision-making processes, are they perhaps having too inflated expectations? And would that then result in suboptimal outcomes for them? And of course, as with AI and digital technologies in general, it can just be a matter in which the biases and myopia and other human limitations we have as designers and creators of these algorithms and technologies, that those are just perpetuated into the technology. So if that's the case also for any technology used for performance feedback and strategic decision making, what are these biases? What are these sort of human limitations that can get baked in? We'd rather want to avoid, because they lead to less optimal decision making. So that's also something you can think about. All right, to round off, and then hopefully there will be a lot of questions coming in. So what I'll say, and I've criticized performance feedback theory in a certain way, but I still think it remains a relevant theory. Well, we need to do a bit more and need to revisit its roots and examine these assumptions that get made about the organization and strategic decision makers to update it to be fit for current developments, and probably also being a bit prospective and thinking about, well, where do we see these trends going and how can we ensure the theory keeps up those trends. And all in all, there's a lot of research opportunities. Hopefully I've inspired you to take some of these. And well, then it's over to you for questions. If you want to follow up and go in a lot more detail and have some resources that you want to get, or then just email me. I'll try and get back to you. All right, Will, over to you for questions.
Thank you so much, Gertjan, for this very informative talk. I personally learned so much. Here are some questions from the audience that we have collected. So the first question is this. You talked about distributed work between humans and the digital in decision-making. What is your view on the prospect of automation of decision-making in companies?
Well, I'll preface this by saying that I don't know all the technologies that are out there. There's probably so much out there that will do amazing things that I'm not even aware of. I tend to be a bit moderate and skeptical. I think there's a lot that can be done and will be done. But I also know that there will be those in leading roles in organizations that are more apprehensive, more traditional, more skeptical, that will not go as fast as they maybe could. But I think we're already seeing so many things happening with automated decisions for insurance policies, with just companies being able to understand the competitive landscape so much more than they do now. We're seeing things where they're able to monitor their supply chain so much better than ever before, further levels down. So I think there's a lot out there. And the question of what gets automated and how does the distribution of work shift, I think it's not just a technological question, it's also like a willingness question, and sort of taking it back to performance feedback theory, that willingness, it's about risk taking as well, right? And that will be more likely to happen in those companies that feel that their performance is not great, and that feel that they are lagging behind the competition. They might be more inclined to take these risks and to go a bit further in automation and taking some risk in that domain.
Okay. That's great also. Thank you so much. I mean, my personal view is that what can be automated will be automated for competitive advantage purposes. But then again, whether the companies have the means or they have the willingness, as you mentioned, is another question. But my personal view also, I'm also inclined to think that in the future, when most companies are automating their certain part of their decision makings, potentially this factor of willingness might not be that important anymore because everyone else is doing it. Then you have this legitimation issue going on. It's a great comment. Thanks. I also particularly like what you mentioned about distributed work. And I also think that, one thing is that there's distributed agency or distributed work between humans and the digital in terms of what type of work to be done by human beings. But another thing might be, again, this is not a question from me, but it may be for another day. But another thing is this distribution now can take place in a temporal manner, right? Instead of, you do this, I do that. Now we can do, okay, the AI does this 24/7, but then there are certain decision-making elements that will be done by human beings, certain, but in a different time. Yeah. Yeah, that's very, very thought-provoking. Thank you for that. Second question from the audience. It's basically about how to understand this, how to use the theory. I think there is some enthusiasm about applying the theory. So the question is, can you give an example to illustrate how this theory works for strategic scenarios such as firms' pursuit of digital transformation?
Okay, well, as I've mentioned, that was something that is a bit beyond like what I was trying to achieve today, but obviously performance feedback theory can also be applied to adoption of new technologies. And there's been work on, for instance, the shipbuilding industry. Hendrik Greve, we've cited a lot, as one of the key figures in this line of work, has looked at the Japanese shipbuilding industry and has shown that shipbuilders who are not performing as well compared to their aspiration levels are more inclined to adopt new designs of ships. So because like a new design of a ship, it's a whole different production process, maybe even a different market for those ships. So he's shown that that's where performance feedback can explain adoption of new technology, which is, it's a risky decision. It can have major downsides if you get it wrong. But organizations are more inclined to do that if the performance feedback is negative, rather than when it's positive. And there's other papers that and work that has looked at other sort of technology adoptions, and I think the same would probably apply to, say, an AI type of technology or some sort of new digital innovation. I'm not aware of any specific one, but if you email me, I can just browse through my list of things to see if there's anything that would be especially relevant.
Okay, great, perfect. I'm mindful of the time. Maybe the final question here from the audience. You mentioned that the PFT theory is based on bounded rationality. So with AI and other digital technologies, the constraints for human beings in terms of information, computational resources may be eventually overcome. So are you still optimistic about the prospect of this theory? Any advice on how performance feedback theory will be used in research?
Well, paradigms and theories, they take a long time to die out, and if we follow Thomas Kuhn, then if performance feedback theory is indeed no longer a good theory, a theory for the future, then there would not be as many new researchers that will take that as the main theory in the work. And then once every one of us retires or sort of leaves this plane of existence, then the theory would finish. I think that's probably not happening, or not anytime soon, because in some extent, yes, for anything that can be fully automated or fully put into an AI, maybe the bounded rationality disappears to a large extent. But bounded rationality, as I explained, comes about not just from cognitive limitations, but also from sort of more structural limitations to the information we're able to use. And that's where ambiguity is a big thing. Like even in physics and the natural sciences, when they talk about chaos theory, they say, well, the problem is not just about measuring everything comprehensively, but that a lot of dynamic processes are so sensitive to initial conditions, and trying to measure those initial conditions is just horrendously difficult. And then even trying to examine how things then develop from that, just very, very difficult. And well, natural sciences and social science are different in the regard that social science processes are perhaps even more complex. And we've got these annoying research participants called humans that can learn about the theory and then start acting in a different way, having knowledge of the theory. So I think maybe in some regards, bounded rationality is less relevant in the future, and the theory might shift in where it applies. But I think at least in the design phase of an AI or some digital tech, where the human is trying to design and create the tech, bounded rationality and all these things will certainly still be relevant.
That's great comment. Thank you so much, Gertjan. I'm afraid we're at the time. So let me just, on behalf of the audience on different platforms, thank you so much again for your time and the insight. I believe there will be, after today's talk, more researchers interested in this theory and then start to think about the connections there might be between this theory and the digital transformation that everyone has become really hyped about recently. Thank you again, Gertjan, for your time. I'll see you later in the panel.
Inviting me, and I'll see you at the panel this afternoon. And if there are any questions we didn't get to, please just email them to me and I'll try and answer them offline, and maybe include some literature and stuff that people could look at. So hopefully I'll be able to get to all questions and not just the ones that we've been able to cover in this few minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah, see you in a bit. Bye.
See you.
Okay, so our next session is coming up in an hour. Now we're at intermission. Everyone, thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you in an hour. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome back to yet another online session of IICCIE22 conference, the International Interdisciplinary Conference on Creativity, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship. Joining me today in this session is our keynote speaker, Dr. Alex Carter, who will talk about the paradox of spontaneity and the genius for ambiguity on the impossibility of creative AI. Before we get started, let me just remind everyone the mode for Q&A. After the talk of Dr. Alex, we're going to have a brief Q&A period. Because we're streaming on 3 platforms, please direct your questions to the email that you can see at the bottom of your screen. That is info@theeori.com, info@theiori.com. Now, let me begin by give a brief introduction to our keynote speaker today. So, Dr. Alex Carter is Academic Director for Philosophy and Interdisciplinary Studies at the ICE at University of Cambridge. He is a Bi-Fellow at Fitzwilliam College. Dr. Carter was awarded his PhD in philosophy by the University of Essex in 2015. His thesis explores some of the surprising aspects of Wittgenstein's views concerning freedom and fatalism. Alex is keen on studying philosophical projects, and his recent and ongoing research interests include Wittgenstein's later philosophy, the theology of Simone Weil, and the philosophy of humor. He's currently researching the relationship between humor and creative practice via the concept of serious play. Dr. Carter, thank you so much for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you, Will. So if I can just share my slides, that'd be good. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Okay, so hello everyone. So thank you to Will. Thank you also to everyone at the Institute for inviting me to speak here today. I'm going to begin by explaining that this is not an introduction to a technical account of artificial intelligence. This is not about technical questions of management and organization when it comes to AI. Much more, I'm going to focus on general philosophical questions of what AI is and crucially is not capable of. So one of the recurrent themes in my teaching on creativity and creative practice is whether or not an AI can think or act creatively. This comes up again and again. And as I'm going to explain in my talk, I maintain that AI is not creative. However, I am aware that actually, in reality, very few programmers and developers make the claim that that's what they're trying to design, that they're trying to design creative AI. But for reasons I'll come to, I'm going to maintain that that impossibility of a creative AI is part of a larger argument about how we should, and crucially should not, talk about AI. So this has wider implications for AI policy and design. And indeed, many of the ways in which we talk about AI today in any context can be rooted in a mistaken way of thinking about the nature of thought itself. And that's where I plan to focus this discussion. So as you might already have sensed, this talk is going to deal with some very difficult topics that are going to require some difficult mental gymnastics. I'm really trying to pull together things in a more familiar way for many of you. So I'm going to use familiar terms. I'm going to avoid technical philosophical language where possible. I'm also going to try and slow down because I often speak very, very quickly. So I'm going to slow things down as far as I can. I have timed this presentation and it should last about 40 to 45 minutes. And that should hopefully leave us plenty of time to consider some of the questions. But again, any other questions, hopefully we can pick up maybe via email or in some other format another time. So let's begin. So in this talk, I'm going to make the case that AI is essentially, by its very essence, uncreative. And that specific forms of human creativity can't be replicated in AI. So that case is premised firstly on the idea that AI is essentially rule following, And secondly, that it's paradoxical to follow the rule, ignore the rules. I'm going to argue that human beings can bypass that paradox by acting spontaneously, which is by acting without recourse to a rule. And we do that in a way that an AI cannot. I'm going to contend that this capacity to act biologically as well as logically lies at the heart of what Maurice Merleau-Ponty calls the human's genius for ambiguity. So I'm aware that for many, the existence of a creative AI is a question not of if, but of when. And I want to say that I admire that optimism. And rather than reject it, what I really want my analysis to do is inform ongoing debates about the feasibility of creative AI. Something is happening with these AIs when people think they're being creative, and I don't want to rule out completely that what that's doing is not creative. So I want to open up to the possibility of this. I'm also keen to acknowledge that pessimism about AI should always be viewed with a healthy amount of skepticism. As a pessimist about AI myself, I like to think that this is because I'm an optimist about human intelligence. But I accept that it might equally be because I just simply don't understand AI. That said, I have delivered versions of this argument several times to people who do understand AI, and I'm yet to hear a compelling rejection of it. Indeed, most people who are developing AI tend to agree with the analysis, but they don't necessarily know what this leads to in terms of conclusions. So I remain open to a rejection of my viewpoint, not just because that's good philosophical practice, but also because most people familiar with AI don't actually have a vested interest in the development of creative AI. So maybe someone on this talk is involved in developing creative AI and might actually want to say, well, actually, I think you're wrong, and I'm very keen to hear what you have to say. So for reasons I'm going to allude to briefly in this talk, I also want to make the point that this isn't just about creative AI. This is about what AI in general is capable of. I am equally pessimistic about the use of terms like machine learning, facial recognition, and even chatbot. The crux of that problem being that AI does not learn, does not recognize, and does not chat. All an AI does is it forms meta rules and matches patterns. So I mention this here simply to indicate that the pessimistic argument I'm going to present is informed by a wider debate about the importance of, and here's a key term, semantics. I'm really focused on the role of semantics in discussions of AI. And that means that what I'm rejecting is a wider cognitivist framework. Sorry, there are some technical terms here, but cognitivism, the idea that human beings are essentially rule following, just like AI can be rule following. That's a cognitivist understanding, and it prioritizes syntax over semantics. It prioritizes the rules of a language, the grammar of a language, over the meanings of particular words. And I want to say the meaning comes first. And all of this casts doubt on how AI is currently discussed. So it's by rejection of this wider cognitivist framework that lies at the heart of what I'm discussing here today. And put in very simple terms, and in a way that I often repeat again and again, I am rejecting the basic assumption that AI thinks like us. It does not. By the nature of its design, AI thinks like we think. That is to say, an AI represents a certain way of thinking about how human beings think. More importantly, the way in which AI is talked about in general betrays a certain mistaken way of thinking about human thought, about the nature of thinking itself. And indeed, philosophers like myself are actually the worst at this. We are very prone to misrepresenting the nature of thought because we're prone to overthinking things. We think, by thinking about thinking, we tend to make mistakes. And part of our mistake as philosophers of mind has been to assume that we can understand thought by thinking about it. Now, as Will said, one of my philosophers of choice, the philosopher I'm most interested in, is the philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein. And his mantra, or one of his commands to philosophers, was not to think, but to look. look at how words are used. Don't think about how words should be used or might be used. Look at how they are used. So in what follows, I'm going to unravel one of the perennial mistakes in thinking about thought by looking closely at how we think creatively. And in so doing, I reject the idea that all thought is rule-based. Okay. So let's start with thinking about the nature of paradox. So a true paradox, you'll often hear this term used variously by people who are using it incorrectly. A true paradox is different from a problem or a puzzle. A paradox ought to be insoluble. It cannot be solved. It's in the nature of it. If you can solve it, it's not a paradox. So a very famous example of this is Russell's set paradox, which in some formulations, and I'm using the simplest form of the paradox here, we can imagine the set of all things that do not belong to a set. So imagine that there are certain things that don't belong to certain groups, and these might be unique objects. Should we then clump these together as a set of things that don't belong to a set? Well, wouldn't that generate a paradox? Because wouldn't we be saying that if there is a set of all things not in a set, then they are in a set because we've just put them in one? So as the paradox was explained to me, we can put it in more everyday terms. Let's say if we ask the question, if the barber, the person who cuts hair, so if the barber is the person who shaves all those who do not shave themselves, then we are unable to answer the question, does the barber shave himself? Because if we were to say the barber does shave himself, then he wouldn't be one of those who shaves only those who do not shave themselves. If we answer no, then he would not be one of those who do not shave themselves. He wouldn't be he would have to be the barber then. So the point is, whatever way in which we answer that question, we're caught in a paradox. So answer yes, paradox. Answer no, paradox. That's why it works, because it cuts both ways. So answering either question leads to the paradox. So what starts as quite a simple idea, that barbers shave other people, is thus turned into an impossible puzzle by the application of Russell's set theory. I hope you're following with me so far. But there are many more popular examples of this. And indeed, some of these are very simple, and you'll have heard these many, many times. So the most famous example is this statement is a lie. Taken on its face, that looks like a contradiction, because the truth of it would refute its being a lie, and the falsity of that statement would render it true. So equally, we might be told the only certainty is that there are no certainties, or the only rule is that there are no rules. At first glance, as I say, these utterances are self-contradictory and they are true paradoxes. But we might take them figuratively. We don't have to take them literally. We don't have to take them as they appear. So we might take there are no certainties, the only certainty is that there are no certainties. We might take that to mean you have to accept uncertainty. You have to accept that there are uncertainties. Now, the way in which it's described is contradictory, but the idea behind it, the sentiment behind it, can be accepted nonetheless. Now, that doesn't refute the paradox. It doesn't solve the paradox. It's still insoluble. But what it does is it avoids the paradox. It simply acknowledges that even nonsense can sometimes express meaning. So we can solve Russell's paradox in a similar way. We could, if Russell was willing, simply highlight that the barber does not shave only others. Rather, the barber is only a barber when shaving others. And that would accept that he can shave himself as himself, not as a barber, but as himself. After all, the paradox is assuming that all those who don't shave themselves are not barbers. So the solution to Russell's set paradox is therefore to acknowledge what makes belonging to a set meaningful. It's to acknowledge the semantics, in other words. So when acting as a barber, the barber follows the rule, shave others. When not acting as a barber, the non-barber follows the rule, shave myself. Now, I won't go into all the reasons for this, but Russell and other people like Russell, logical atomists, as they were called, they wouldn't approve of that solution. They can't embrace what I just suggested because, again, like developers of AI, they have to put syntax first. They have to put the rules of the game before the reality of which we're facing. They can't put syntax after semantics. They have to have syntax first, followed by semantics. So Russell would not approve of my solution to his paradox. He would rather accept the paradox itself than accept my solution of it. And I would say, for the same reasons, a developer of creative AI will face exactly the same problem. They can't do what I'm suggesting for reasons that I'll explain now. So the paradox of spontaneity is the paradox that I'm most interested in. And at its most simple, the paradox of spontaneity concerns treating rule breaking itself as a rule that can be followed. That is, we're asked to consider cases in which an action is expected to conform to the rule, ignore the rules. So as with the examples just outlined, the fulfillment of the action invalidates itself. By breaking the rules, I conform to the rules. But I want to be clear, that's not yet a paradox. It is entirely consistent and non-contradictory to state these rules apply only at a particular time. That would amount to specifying the rule, ignore the rules now and then. No smoking in this room, for instance. That's perfectly reasonable. It doesn't mean no smoking everywhere. So we can have rules that apply at certain times and in certain contexts. That makes perfect sense. What creates the paradox is when the very rule being conformed to is the very rule we're being asked to break. So imagine a sign that says, do not read this sign. That's a paradox. That's paradoxical, not like the no smoking sign, but like the do not read this sign. By the time you know that, you've already broken the rule. So examples of this aren't hard to find. Like the sign, there's many other examples. The one I particularly favor is the idea that a parent who might be disappointed by their child's propensity to always do as they're told. The child is told, go here, they go there. They're told, be quiet, they're quiet. But the parent gets impatient with this and says, be more spontaneous. Now, if the child follows that command to act spontaneously, aren't they then conforming to the rule being given to them? So they're not being spontaneous. If you're spontaneous only because you've been told to be spontaneous, then you're not really being spontaneous. Similar things happen, by the way, in teaching creativity. If I tell you how to be creative, you aren't creative, I am, because you're doing what I told you to do. The same applies to leadership. If a leader is told what to do, they aren't leading. So again, there are self-refuting situations that we find ourselves in. So given the parent's desire for their child to disregard authority, the child's fulfillment of the command violates the command. And this indicates why this is a problem, not just for AI systems. This is a paradox that applies to human beings too. Human beings are equally incapable of following the rule, ignore this rule. So I can even give an example of my own personal experience with this. So when I was a child, my mother would often tell me, leaving a friend's house, so I'd stayed over at a friend's house, she would say to me, say thank you for having me. And even when I was 7 years old, I would say to her, but you just did it for me. And what I was demonstrating, apart from a horrible lack of respect for my own mother, my poor mother, anyway, what I was demonstrating was the paradox of spontaneity. This was because implicit in her command to say thank you is a requirement that that gratitude be sincere, that it come from me spontaneously, that it come directly from me, not through my mother vicariously through me. So in following the command from my mother, I would violate that implicit understanding. By satisfying the command from my mother, I would consequently fail to express gratitude sincerely and spontaneously. So if the paradox is a problem for any intelligent being, why am I saying that it makes a creative AI impossible? Well, the very simple answer is this, because whilst the paradox can't be solved, just like Russell's set theory, it can be avoided. We can skirt around it. For instance, I could have expressed my gratitude to my friend's family before my mother told me to do so. Or I could have refused to say thank you when she told me to do so. I could have said, no, I didn't actually enjoy myself. It was a horrible time. I'm not saying thank you for that. Or I might have said thank you for my own reasons. I might have said, my mum's just told me to say thank you, but I'm going to ignore that and say thank you profoundly from my own heart. That would also work, but I'm basically not following the command. I'm not doing it because she told me to do it. I'm doing it on my own, for my own reasons, spontaneously, we might say. So any of those responses would work to avoid the paradox. But these responses leave that paradox intact, because I could, if I had followed the command, I would have invalidated the command. So whilst it's impossible for any intelligent being to uphold a rule to ignore the rules, it's entirely possible to fail to uphold the rule, or through ignorance, act in accordance with a rule we wish to avoid. So either go around the rule by failing to apply the command that I've just been given, so I could ignore my mother and say thank you anyway, or I could ignore my mother and not say thank you, or I can say thank you for my own reasons. I can find another basis on which to do it. And that's in line with this pragmatic approach I was talking about. It's a pragmatic solution, or rather avoidance of a paradox. It does not solve the paradox, it avoids it. So our next question has to be, why is the paradox unavoidable for an AI? Okay, so I'm going to go through art here, and this might seem strange to start with, but hopefully it will make sense. So apart from the etymology of the words, the fact that art and artificial have a similar etymology, art and artificiality are related to each other through imitation. So Aristotle said that art imitates life. Actually, though, Oscar Wilde said, that's not true. Life imitates art more often than art imitates life. Now, I don't care which of those people is right. I don't mind if it's Aristotle or if it's Oscar Wilde. I shall assume that, however, that imitation is secondary to that which is imitated. That's all that matters here. It doesn't matter if life imitates art or art imitates life. The point is imitation is going on. And when we talk about creative AI, the suggestion is that what's going on is that the art work, the artificial intelligence, is itself representing life. It's alive in the sense that it's providing new ideas, coming up with new inspiration. It's vital. It has vitality. That's the suggestion. And what I'm suggesting is, in that particular case, though, it doesn't apply. So my aim is not to classify all artificial constructs as mere imitation. As I say, it's not obvious that art imitates life in every case. Rather, I suggest that imitation is artificial, and it is that artificiality of imitation that lies at the heart of the paradox of spontaneity. It's the fact that I would have been saying thank you artificially if I did it on the basis of a command. So put simply, an imitation must be an imitation of something. So just as I can say thank you spontaneously, when I'm commanded to do it, I'm doing it artificially. So in imitating something, the imitation cannot itself be considered original. And original is often a sort of key marker of creativity. So to demonstrate this, I want to refer to one particular kind of artwork, namely Jackson Pollock's drip paintings. These aren't unique in terms of their creativity, as I'll explain, but these are, I think, from my perspective, a really useful example. So Pollock's paintings express creativity by requiring the painter to get out of the way. So Pollock, in fact, he explained his methodology. He says, I try not to paint. I don't consciously want the paint to drop on the canvas at any particular point. But in trying not to paint, the painting emerges. So Pollock's method isn't uniquely creative. It's not that he alone is creative amongst artists. On the contrary, his method epitomizes the act of creation itself. Many people talk about this, the idea that when you're writing a novel, as an author, you need to get out of the way. You need to let the character and the plots unfold as they unfold within the story. You can't direct the story because otherwise you unmake it. So this is a persistent theme in creativity theory, that creativity strikes us, not the other way around. And the job of the creative is to let creativity happen by bringing about propitious circumstances and then removing oneself to allow the work to come to be. And this is why I'm not that bothered about whether art imitates life in all cases. By allowing the art to come to be, the artist allows the art to express itself. In doing so, the art could be considered original and therefore not an imitation. So Pollock's works are not an imitation. If you imagine trying to forge his works, for instance, that would raise a question, a problem, because could you use the same methods as him and still end up with the same result? The answer would be definitely not. So my main reason for choosing Pollock's work is that it graphically portrays why the paradox of spontaneity poses such a problem for the development of creative AI. Pollock ostensibly is following the rule, do not create, and yet he does so in order to create. And viewed this way, his paintings represent not success in artistic creation, but a failure to not create. And it's that double negative that poses the challenge for AI. Pollock is not failing to create, he's failing to not create. Difficult idea, but this is what is going on. So to be clear, I have no difficulty in imagining an AI that could be programmed to create drip paintings. There is nothing stopping an AI creating a drip painting. And if we wanted to, we could even program a machine to drip paint using precisely the same movements as Pollock. Or even we could show the AI all the different movements that Pollock made and then say, come up with your own based upon those. And indeed, similar methods have been used to try and generate new compositions by, for instance, Vivaldi. An AI was trained on all of Vivaldi's previous compositions and then was asked to generate new compositions by Vivaldi, in quote marks, by Vivaldi. But that's not what Vivaldi did. Vivaldi didn't look back at his canon and then say, what's the next thing I would create based upon the rules that I've established. That's not what Vivaldi did. Neither is it what Pollock is doing. These artists did not follow rules in order to create. They created in order to generate rules, rules that later artists could learn in order to break. So here we come back to the idea that creativity requires us to learn rules in order that we break them. Not all the rules are to be broken, however, but therein lies the artistry. Working out exactly which rules to break, that's what makes you an artist. So just as we had with the barber example, sometimes an artist is an artist, and sometimes they are a craftsperson. Sometimes they're not being creative, they're just following a rule. Other times they find a rule and they break it, and that's when they're being an artist. So there's creative work going on, and then there's less creative work going on. So which we are, which we're doing, whether we're doing art or craft, is not determined by the rules. That's the crucial point as well. There's no meta rule that determines when I should be an artist and when I should be crafting. The rules of art and the rules of crafting are different, but there's no rule to specify when we're doing art and when we're doing crafting. And that's what Russell and the logical atomists would find very objectionable. They would want to say that there are specific rules for art and there are specific rules for crafting. And they would say it's very clear when you're doing one and when you're doing the other. So they would insist on the rules being foundational. But that's why we end up in paradox. If you follow that route, you can only have a paradox. And as we know from sci-fi films and comics, any paradox will blow up an AI's head. It just won't it won't just break the machine. That's what happens. I mean, I'm kidding, obviously, but the idea, a paradox cannot be programmed into a machine, certainly. So our only escape here is to accept that the rules are secondary to practice, that creative practice determines the theory, not the theory determining the practice. As I mentioned earlier, this is the fundamental difference between human beings and AI. Human beings can act without thinking, and thus without following a rule. This means that they can act paradoxically. The wonderful Walt Whitman, one of my favorite quotes from Walt Whitman is, do I contradict myself? Very well, I contradict myself. I am large, I contain multitudes. The point is, all human beings are bound up in some kind of contradiction. It wouldn't take long for me to find contradictions in how any human being works. So the paradox can only therefore become clear after the fact. If we knew that it was a paradox before we acted, we couldn't act. But we can act and then realize what we did was paradoxical. That's entirely possible. But the problem is, because we design AI, we're thinking about thought, and so the thought comes first. We arrive at the paradox too late. So the failure has already had a chance to bear fruit. It can't now create something. So such a possibility is lacking for an AI for which the rules or the thought must exist in advance. An AI can't arrive at the reason for why it did something after it did something. It has to have the reason for doing something before it acts. So the paradox thus precedes the act. And it's for that reason that it remains theoretically and practically impossible to program an AI to fail to not create. Because in seeking to do this, we can only create imitations of existing creative works. And the imitation is, by definition, not the real thing. So that's not simply a design feature of any AI, it's bound up with the essential features of anything that thinks like we think we think. So not anything that just thinks like us, right? We think in different ways, and I'm going to explain what those different ways are now. So by contrast, humans can create by expressing and not merely imitating. We can imitate too, but any and all imitation is parasitic upon that which is imitated. In other words, there must be something inimitable, and this something, as I'm arguing, is what enables human beings to be creative in ways AI cannot. I'm going to explain this now through Maurice Merleau-Ponty and through what he calls our genius for ambiguity. This appears in his book, Phenomenology of Perception, where he states, everything is both manufactured and natural in man, as it were in the sense that there is not a word, not a form of behavior, which does not owe something to purely biological being, and which at the same time does not elude the simplicity of animal life and cause forms of vital behavior to deviate from their preordained direction through a sort of leakage and through a genius for ambiguity, which might serve to define man. That's a very long sentence, but what essentially he's saying here is that it is impossible to superimpose on man a lower layer of behavior which one chooses to call natural, followed by a manufactured cultural or spiritual world. We can't separate the two. So dualities between artificial constructions, namely thought constructions, and natural constructions, which might be considered actions or part of nature or facts about the world, those dualities have been a part of philosophy for a very, very long time. And for just as long, other philosophers have tried to break that separation down, but to undo the separation of those two things. Gilbert Ryle, for instance, is famous for saying that we're talking about the ghost in the machine, which his point was a ghost has no need of a machine and a machine has no need of a ghost. We don't need those two things. So if we're to speak in mental terms or in artificial terms, this must be bound up with speaking about things in physical or biological terms. So it rules out not just a division of mind and body or artificial and biological, it rules out the denial of one or the other. You can't have just physical and just mental. You can't have just biological and just artificial. We are both at one and the same time. And this is what generates our genius for ambiguity. So the task of avoiding separation here, whilst challenging for philosophers, and this is why so many go wrong, because it is so hard, is in no way paradoxical. Merleau-Ponty is therefore not alone in articulating the simultaneously natural and artificial nature of human life. But his is a really interesting articulation because he helps to explain my own opposition to the idea that AI thinks like us. In saying that AI thinks like we think, I am saying that AI is, by virtue of its manufacture, by virtue of the fact that it's the artificial, it's that which Merleau-Ponty calls the manufactured in man. It's the same thing. It's the manufactured bit of us that is removed and made into a machine. And this is why any thought manufactured by AI starts and ends in the manufacture. It's rooted in manufactured elements of our own thinking. It doesn't think for itself, it doesn't learn, it doesn't chat, it doesn't recognize, it just does the things that we would be doing in the purely mental space in another different space. That's all it does. It takes it from here and moves it to somewhere else, but it doesn't do the other part that we do, which is the biological. So it thinks like we think, it doesn't think like us. Thus, where we go wrong in imputing thought to machines or recognition or learning, etc., is in thinking that the purely biological nature of our thought is accidental. It's only by chance that we happen to be biological entities. We could have been machines ourselves, but that's a mistake. The mistake is to treat the end of the product, end of the process, as the thought itself. So it's treating thinking, the process of thinking, as simply the product of that process, namely the thoughts. But thinking is more than the thoughts. It's the leading up to it as well. And this is something we know to be true. So whilst a thought need have none of the essential features of living organisms, all thoughts are the product of biological processes. If anyone can give me an example at the end of this session of a thought that is not rooted in some biological process, that wasn't thought by some biological entity, and I would argue that it wasn't therefore a thought of by a human, then I will eat my hat. I'm not wearing a hat, I'll find a hat and I'll eat it. But there is no way in which you can come up with a thought that exists, whether in a machine or in a book, whatever, that didn't originate in a human being. And we know that. We know that for a fact. Therefore, why do we talk about machine learning, and why do we talk about recognition? Recognition is a thought, but it doesn't happen in the machine. It's happening only in us. The machine is doing something, but it's not doing recognition. So the implication of this line of mistaken reasoning is thus that thoughts can be manufactured without biology, and I'm saying they cannot. So what Merleau-Ponty shows us is the separation of the natural and the manufactured leads inexorably to the paradox of spontaneity. Our failure to acknowledge the debt owed to the purely biological is a failure to recognize our own creative wellspring, where our ideas come from, namely the genius for ambiguity. And it's that wellspring that's natural and can be manipulated and imitated, but not manufactured. You can't remove the biological from that process. So as manufactured entities, artificial intelligences lack such genius and can only ever reflect back to us our own mistaken attempts to disambiguate what is essentially ambiguous by superimposing a manufactured spiritual world on what is essentially natural. Okay, you'd be glad to hear I'm coming to the end. So I will summarize everything we've been talking about so far. So if all thoughts are, as a matter of fact, as I said, we know this, all thoughts are derived from some biological process, then this explains why a purely logical system can't think for itself. It cannot create. And this goes back to my point from earlier, that philosophers who place logic first and foremost are incapable of avoiding a paradox. Russell's set theory is only a paradox if we assume that the sets exist prior to their contents, i.e. prior to the arrangement of things in the world. If you think that sets come before the world, then you have a paradox. If you think the world comes before the sets, you don't have a paradox. So Merleau-Ponty would say that the world is essentially ambiguous, and that's why it refuses any attempt to disambiguate it, to come up with a series of sets which are perfectly clear and logical, and then impose them onto a non-logical world, a biological world. So another way to explain this would be through alien logics. So this is a slight digression, but it will summarize what I'm trying to explain. So Wittgenstein asks us to imagine what would happen if we met aliens who did not share our fundamental principles concerning logic, who didn't think like us, right? So they don't think like us. They don't think how we think. They just don't think like us. They think the way they do. Now, for our purposes, it doesn't matter whether this is likely to happen. We just need to acknowledge the possibility. So imagine trying to teach this alien that we meet a basic rule. For any binary sequence, add a 1. So 001 becomes 0011, or 010 becomes 0101. Doesn't matter what the rule is, it's just a very basic rule. And we do this repeatedly. We demonstrate this to the alien, we show it, we keep giving it different numbers, and we keep adding a 1. And then we get it to do the same thing. We say, now over to you. And it starts doing it. And it does the same thing. It starts to add 1s to the end of every sequence. Fantastic. And we assume that the alien has therefore understood. But one day, the alien adds a 0 to the end of a sequence. And we get a bit confused. So, no, your job was to add a 1. So we try to show it where it's gone wrong by deleting the 0 and then adding a 1. We then ask it to do the same task, but it adds a 0 again. Now, Wittgenstein asks, how could we ever know if the alien has understood the rule? This is important, I'll circle back to it, but when I was reading this recently, I was rereading Wittgenstein's account of this, I was reminded of a TED talk by Janelle Shane, who was talking about AI and saying that there was a situation in which a robot was given a job. It was told to take an assortment of parts, of robot parts, and assemble them into a robot that could run a course. So create the kind of character in a game that can run across a platform through a series of obstacles and get from A to B. So faced with this challenge, the AI piled all of these parts on top of each other. So it didn't build a robot, it built a tower. And then it let that tower fall over. And by falling over, the tower reached from point A to point B. So it was told, using these parts, get from point A to point B. So it did. It built a tower, the tower fell over, it reached from point A to point B. It did what it was asked, but it didn't do what was meant. And that difficulty is similar to Wittgenstein's alien example, because we could imagine a situation in which the AI got it right at 99 times out of 100. We gave it this task, assemble these parts, get it from point A to point B, and this for 99 times it interprets it correctly and builds a robot, and the robot runs along. But on the 100th go, it builds a tower, and then the tower falls over. And up until that 100th attempt, the programmers are thinking, ha, the AI is understood, it gets what it's supposed to do. But then it doesn't, and it hasn't understood at all. Now, Shane notes in her talk that this makes AI more weird than stupid. It fails to apply a rule, but this is largely because the programmers failed to communicate their intention. Fixing that problem leads to the very paradox of spontaneity I've been talking about. That's because in order to fix the problem, you need to introduce new rules. So many new rules that the AI ceases to be involved at all. All spontaneity is lost, and that removes the weirdness, but also removes any possibility of creativity. And notably, this is where the AI differs from Wittgenstein's alien as well, because the alien is assumed to be following a rule. It's just not our rule. Remember, when we deleted their 0 and put a 1 and then gave it back to them, they put a 0 again. So the point is they did have a rule, but unlike the AI, the alien understands and can be said to be thinking. The AI also fails at the task, but not because it is applying a different logic. It fails because we haven't told it which thoughts to have. So what this shows, I argue, is that the failure of biological beings to follow a rule does not and cannot be taken to imply that they're applying rules incorrectly. That's our genius for ambiguity. That's what makes us different from purely logical beings. In the case of purely logical beings, like machines, their failure can only be corrected by the reiteration and reaffirmation of the rules of the game. Here's some more rules. Oh, good, now you're following the rules. Good, but it's following the rules of our game. And this explains why I'm quite pessimistic about AI in general, because so-called great leaps in AI development are, to me, entirely pedestrian. They're really boring. When I hear that an AI has beaten a human at the game Go, I find that completely trivial. It's in no way surprising to me that a game we manufactured should be mastered by a software that we manufactured to win that game. It would be much more impressive if an AI designed for natural language translation unexpectedly produced a work of literature. Like if I went into Google Translate and I dropped some text and it came out with this beautiful novel, and I thought, where's that come from? And then I read it and it was amazing. And then I said, this doesn't exist. This is brand new. This is a new novel. That would be impressive. It would be breaking the rule. It wouldn't have translated what I asked it to do, but it would have been creative. Even more, I'd be genuinely impressed by an AI that enjoyed playing Go, even if it was rubbish at it. And notably, in this area, we have made zero progress, none at all. And this might be a good thing, by the way. I'm not saying that's about, and we're going to be talking about dark AI in a moment, but I agree with Daniel Dennett that AI is and should remain a tool and not a colleague. It's a tool, not a colleague. And until we make some sort of progress, it makes no sense to talk about an AI as a player of a game. As a pessimist, I do not think that progress can even possibly be made here. And that's where I disagree with Daniel Dennett. Daniel Dennett thinks we can make an AI into a colleague, but that we shouldn't. It's a bad idea. So as per my previous examples, the way to solve the weirdness of AI is to explain all the rules, even the implicit ones. As such, it makes more sense to say that the AI is the game, not the player. So in Merleau-Ponty's terms, AI lacks a genius for ambiguity. That is, the AI's deviation from a preordained direction can only be a kind of weirdness that marks the AI a failure. For biological entities, I've argued, the deviation from the preordained direction allows for the possibility of new directions. It allows for creativity. It also allows for weirdness. And it allows for disagreement over which game is being played, whether it's art or craft or whatever. But the possibility of creativity exists only where the logical meets the biological. A genius for ambiguity is precisely the inimitable, the impossible to imitate capacity to fail to not create. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Always a pleasure to listen to you, and thanks for a lot of insights, very thought-provoking. I'm mindful of the time, but we do have quite a few questions. I'll see whether we can go through a couple of them. I'll read two questions to you in a row. Okay, so the first two questions. So the first one, your insight that AI does not think in the way we human beings think, but in the way we think makes a lot of sense. So do you think that the correct understanding of human beings is the premise for AI to work? Can you expand on that with some more examples? That's the first question.
Oh, good. So yeah, so I suppose the question is, could we make machines of meat? So there was a debate between Marvin Minsky and John Searle, big names in AI. And Marvin Minsky said, we're just machines made of meat. And John Searle said, but the meat matters. And this is important. This is significant, because what he's getting at here is the idea that you can't actually manufacture a machine of meat, and so and this might even be necessary in order to create AI. You could argue children, for instance, are artificial intelligences. They are machines made of meat, just like we are. So as we replicate, we are creating future artificial intelligences, namely children. What I find seems to be impossible about AI is that AI does exactly what we want it to do. It replicates not our thinking, but some of the processes that we need for thinking to take place. So as Searle points out as well, computing is thinking, but thinking is not computing. So not all thinking is computing, but if we need a calculator, for instance, then we want it to compute. And facial recognition, as I said, it's not recognizing anything, it's just matching a pattern with a pattern. And that's not what we do when we recognize something. So again, there's fundamental differences between the semantics and the syntax, but it doesn't make the syntax wrong, it just makes it not like us. Sorry, I hope that's helped to clarify. I'm not sure. That's
great insight. In the interest of the time, I'll skip a question, but I'll read it out in a bit. But I will move on to the third question, which I think is quite provocative. So I think AI can provide a platform for humans to augment and strengthen their own creativity. A beginner digital painter who otherwise knows very little on painting cannot come up with paintings by themselves, but they can now come up with paintings of amazing quality with AI. So is it still human creativity or AI creativity? If it is still just human creativity, are we discriminating against AI? Okay, I'll read the other question, but I don't think we would have time for that. The other question is, if AI creativity is questionable, what is your view on AI creative tools, such as those that generate AI music? But I thought these two are connected.
I think I can answer. Yeah. I think I can answer both questions by saying that. So the conclusion I'm coming to is the idea that any creativity is ours. So what I'm saying is, if we use AI in any way, it's a tool like any other, a paintbrush or an AI. It doesn't make any difference. It's the tool that we're using to create. But the paintbrush and the AI aren't creative in themselves. They are tools, not colleagues. Interestingly, instead of Pollock, I could have picked Damien Hirst, for instance. Damien Hirst has his spot paintings. And what he does there is he doesn't create them at all. He has painters, proxies, paint them for him. But they do it according to his IP. according to his idea. So he gives them an idea and they paint this. What's wonderful about this is, of course, from his perspective, is that he can have factories making hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of paintings and sell them all as originals, because they're original. But what's different there is that we're recognizing that it's originating from Hirst and that the proxies aren't necessarily involved. But the proxies might say, well, I'm a craftsperson, not an artist, and I'm perfectly happy with that. I've got nothing against craftspeople, by the way. It's not more special to be an artist. It's just a different kind of activity. So Hirst can be the artist and the proxies can be the craftspeople. And equally, so the brush, the proxy, or the AI, they're all doing the same thing. They're fulfilling our creativity.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you again. Now we're up our time. So the next activity would be our panel. So Alex, you would be on the spotlight again in about 8 minutes. Okay, enjoying a short break. I'll see you in a bit.
Brilliant. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. We'll come back in 8 minutes.
Hi, good morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone. Welcome to the IICCIE22 panel. We have a tremendous panel today. I really appreciate that you all being here. So let's just get right into it. The goal of the next hour is to discuss through and beyond the dark side of artificial intelligence. We have a really great, distinguished panel of researchers. Following the order of presentations, Dr. Gerardus Lucas is an assistant professor in strategy and leadership at Nottingham University Business School. He's doing incredible works published in the Journal of Management and PNAS. Dr. Alex Carter is academic director from philosophy and interdisciplinary studies at University of Cambridge. His recent research interests lie on the Wittgenstein's later philosophy, the theology of Simone Weil, and the philosophy of humor. Dr. Will Zhao, an assistant professor in the Stratford School of Interaction Design and Business at University of Waterloo. His primary research interests focus on analyzing multimodality from organizational, educational, and engineering perspectives. And we have Dr. Farshid Shams is an associate professor of strategy and organization studies at York University. His research interests focuses on contemporary professional work, processes of organizing, and matters of identity in and around organizations. Dr. Huiting is an assistant professor in public affairs at Valdosta State University. Her research interests include public and nonprofit management, collaborative governance, and organizational behavior and theory. And at the end, we have Dr. Jing Tang, who is an associate assistant professor at the Department of MIS, Marketing and Analytics in Rochester Institute of Technology. Her research interests primarily lie in digital platform and digital strategy, with a focus on online review system design. So welcome, professors. And to tee up the conversation, I just want to give one quick thought. Artificial intelligence is a simulation of human intelligence that allows machine to learn and rationalize. However, potential threat from artificial intelligence to manipulate human behavior is so far understudied. There are so many forms of manipulation. For example, we have personalized algorithms to promote addictive behaviors to consume goods and services. There are also other forms of manipulations we would like to have a talk about. So with this thought, let me throw it to Dr. Lucas to kick us off. Please just feel free to react to that and tell us more about what is going on in your research area.
Yes, so in terms of manipulation, I think in my research area, one major sort of manipulation we're worried about is sort of more a self-manipulation. It's like we're talking about performance feedback, and we're decision makers. We're trying to monitor how our performance is doing. Well, hearing on that, well, your performance is not very good. You didn't do a good job. That's not something people generally like to hear. So there's some sort of counter pressure there, which in my talk I described as self-enhancement. That's coming from the psychology literature, like an established concept there. That we like to emphasize that information that shows us ourselves and the decisions we've taken and sort of the behavior we've shown in a positive light. So at a very individual level, like there's career consequences to the things we do in an organization, especially if we're at the top of them. So we'd like to create this narrative that we're doing a good job. So if it comes to AI and designing these systems, well, what is to say that those designing it won't build that bias in and design a system that is sort of more inclined to show themselves, or to produce a result that shows its designers to be the most wonderful human beings alive, or the best strategic decision makers, or the best company, and so on. So I think that would be my response to that.
And can we just follow the presentation order? So can we hear from Dr. Carter?
Thank you, Lina. Yeah, so I have good news and bad news in response to this. So I'll start with the bad news. I like to end on a good note. The bad news is something I've often talked about, which is that there are two ways in which you can make AI so good that it competes with us for our employment and so on. You can make AI more like us, or we can become more like AI. I think this speaks to Gertjan's point as well, that if you're dealing with AI very closely, your biases start to align with it, and it starts to align with your biases. And so there's a kind of race to the bottom rather than a race to the top. It's not enhancing what we do, we're actually degrading what we do. A good example of this, although again, this has some good stories to it as well, would be the Google effect on the brain. The fact that now that Google exists, we're much better as human beings. Our brains have been wired now to be able to look for a solution rather than solve the problem. So rather than solve a problem, we look for an existing solution. That's how our brains are now wired up. I said this to a few people, and they got really worried about this. They, oh no, that's terrible, that's terrible. But when I explained to them that, well, Google hasn't existed for my entire life, and yet my brain is just as much affected by the Google effect, which means that if Google went away, no offense to Google, but if Google or search engines went away, our brains would go back to the way they were before. And there would be there's a plasticity to our brain. So this is a good news story. But the other bit of good news I have around this is that we often attribute bad guy identity to the AI, which is often unfair. So in AI ethics, for instance, we're often told about algorithms that are racist or sexist and so on. But typically, like there was a very famous example of an HR team in a very, very large company who trained their AI to select people for interview, and it turned out to be very sexist. But the basis for that sexism was the data upon which it was trained. Now, what's interesting about this is they sacked the AI. They didn't sack the HR team who had given it all this data, but through years and years and years of being sexist. So it's an interesting thing that we do, where we blame the AI rather than blaming the human beings who are leading to this problem in the first place. So I don't know if AI is always the bad guy, is my point. And I think it's a tool like any other, and if we use it correctly, we're using it wisely. But there is also this danger of us coming to meet AI by lowering our standards about what counts as creative or critical, and so on and so on. That's my response.
So, Dr. Zhao, what do you think about AI manipulation?
Yeah, thanks. I echo what has been said. I also think that AI facilitates manipulation, definitely, but it's the people behind it, at least at AI's current level of autonomy. I mean, you can point your fingers at an actor only when an actor is fully autonomous. If AI is not that autonomous, well, how can we really blame things? In psychology, we always, there's a theory, right? Everyone is familiar with that, when we are successful, when we're doing something good, we say, oh, it is because of us, right? But when we're doing something bad, we're like, okay, this is other people, the external forces that should be, should be the reason. So I guess I'm afraid we are doing the same thing to AI now. If something good happens, it's us, right? Our strategy. But something bad happens, it's the tool, all right, is AI. But then related to my own research, I study multimodality. I study basically visual and textual representations. I think AI in terms of manipulation has already been, it's not just having the potential to be, but it actually has already been mobilized by organizations and individuals to manipulate how they present themselves. And, the machine learning technology itself has the capacity of analyze large or gigantic amount of data, visual and textual. And it also allows us, artificial intelligence linking, going back to Dr. Cutter's talk earlier. So artificial intelligence actually allows us now to create visual artifacts, textual artifacts, although it's not as spontaneous as we would like it to be. So a lot of companies and actors are now already using AI technology to beef up their propaganda, to make their visual images more authentic, more credible, to come up with a image that is of high standard, aesthetically speaking, but also of a high high credibility. That's one level where AI has been used to manipulate. But the other level, which is, I think, much less talked about, but I think equally worrying, is AI itself has been utilized as a tool to build up a company or individual's credibility. Now think about how many companies that have nothing to do with AI technology, have nothing to do with machine learning, they're actually now incorporating content of AI into their About Us online pages. When they introduce themselves, when they release their annual report to their stakeholders, shareholders, they're talking about how innovative they are, they're investing money in AI. But actually, they know nothing about AI. They are not interested in AI. That I don't think AI would do any good to them. But they are still embracing AI when they present themselves. They want to present themselves as leaders, market leaders. They want to present themselves as someone that is always on top, ahead of others in terms of this technological advances. I think that's really worrying. The fact that our society is so hyped about AI, I think very much contributed by the fact that most companies, a lot of companies now, they realize the strategic value, the symbolic value of AI, and they are using AI itself as a tool for enhancing their public image. Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
So Dr. Sands, do you have anything to share?
Sure, of course. Please allow me to bridge between what colleagues mentioned. I agree to a large extent with what has been said, but I think that we have to divide it into different levels, and we look at it how it impacts our personal lives at the individual level and at the macro level of the society, but also we can look at how it plays out at the organizational level as well. And that's important to make this division, to fully understand how AI is shaping our lives, or organizational lives, or professional lives. What Alex mentioned was about the fact that we are being accustomed to the way or the type of life that AI is suggesting, and we are becoming used to that. And I fully agree with that. I look at myself and the extent to which I rely on the applications that are using AI every day to filter some information to provide to me, such as the social media applications or the navigation that tracks my driving behavior and everything else. And Google is a very good simple example that you said, Alex. I think is very relevant. Now you said that we can go back, our brains, like from a psychological perspective. You look at it and said that if we don't have Google tomorrow, then we can easily go back to how our brain used to function beforehand, which is a good news, as you mentioned. Of course, I agree with that. But when it comes to the way that AI has shaped our way of working in organizations, because there are multiple actors involved with that, I doubt it would be that easy to go back to the area that we didn't have AI at all. And that's a bit problematic. Not to say that we are going to wash our hands off AI, but if you want to think about the possible scenarios to better understand the role of AI, I think that AI is embedded in our everyday lives in a way that moving away from that would cost a fortune, at least, if possible. If you think that it is possible, that would be very difficult to do so. Organizations are increasingly relying on AI and its capabilities. And I think the bottom line is a matter of control. Are we having control over AI, or we are being controlled by AI? And that's the key question that needs to be addressed. In the meantime, I think that the future of AI, like every other technology, is quite important from a sociological perspective that I'm going to talk about more in my presentation tomorrow, is our role as human beings in shaping the future development of technology, such as AI. There is a belief that there is an inner logic embedded in a technology that leads to this further development. I disagree with that, and I believe that we play a key role in determining it and directing it towards what we want. We can, at least that's what I can say, we can impact the future development of that, directing it towards something that is ethical and reliable. But that brings me to the point that Will mentioned, and that's the power of large organizations. I don't think that I have equal power as large organizations do to shape the future of AI and the way that is going to play a role in the human beings' lives in future. So that inequality is going to increase the gap, I believe, with respect to this technology, and that's what's that's what is worrying me now, and I don't know how it can be addressed. So I think that this is something that we need to discuss about.
And Dr. Chi, I can see you not muted. Maybe you would like to say something.
Thank you. Thank you. Because my research field is in public, so I will focus more on the adoption of AI in public administration. The first issue I want to mention is that how the adoption of AI can influence the social equity in the public sector and in the society. There is a prevalent assumption that AI will be somehow a neutral entity because it's a very scientific method to do things, but in fact, it is not to be the case. So AI machines reflect some bias of their creators or social biases embedded in the data used to train the machines. And this bias can further influence social equity, which is very important in public administration. So some similar biases exist in most historic data along the lines of gender, ethnicity, and other demographics. For example, when AI uses images of shopping and washing, these data are often linked to women, while coaching and shooting are often tied to men. So machine learning software trained on the data sets did not just only mirror those biases, but it can also amplify them. So this will further raise some concerns in social equity when we use the technology of AI to provide public service or deal with public problems. Another source of AI bias is algorithms. Algorithms are rules, but some of the algorithms are becoming so complex that no one fully understands them, especially for the public administrators or citizens. So this will cause another problem of transparency and accountability which are of great importance in the field of public administration. So this comes to the next issues, accountability issues of AI adoption, AI manipulation in public administration, which will result in the lack of accountability of AI decision-making systems in public administration. And these concerns will raise some dilemmas of humans in public administration to be accountable for the decisions they make. On the one hand, excuse me, humans are not accountable to some extent, since they are not in full control of AI. But on the other hand, humans are accountable for the technology despite their control over AI. So this will lead to a human technology control dilemma in this field. So I think the accountability dilemma will raise some challenges for public administrators when they're dealing with public issues using AI. So that's two preliminary issues that I want to share with you about the adoption of AI in public administration. Thank you.
And we have Dr. Tang. You can actually speak without waiting for me.
Thank you. Thank you. We already have a lot of great insights. So I just add something in the application of AI in business context. So I think there are two major issues. The first one is we actually didn't think too much about the limitation of AI. As salespeople says, like garbage in, garbage out, right? So if we don't look at the training data, don't look at the context, then it's very dangerous for us just to use this model. And second, actually, there are also limitations for the accuracy of the AI models, right? So I mean, even though I have the textbook, but I don't get 100% scores in my exam. So I think it's simple AI. So the accuracy is not at 100%. If we have a good model, like have 95, I guess, % of the accuracy is very good. So we can apply that, but we don't stress a lot of the limitation of the AI models when we apply that. So that's one thing. And also, I found the AI model is not very accurate, especially in the recommendation systems. Like if I am a new user on a new website, let's say maybe YouTube, YouTube recommend me one video of the movie star. I'm not interested in that, so I close it. But YouTube don't know I close that because I don't like this specific movie star, or I just don't like movie star. Maybe it wants to recommend some sports star for me, or I just don't like all the stars, right? So that's another thing, right? So those some technical issues, the limitation of AI. And secondly, the use of AI, of humans, is another issue. Like for example, in the social media, if we can successfully, accurately classify the comments, reviews, or the post based on the sentiments, right? It's negative or positive. Then the next question is, how are we going to use that? If the social media, they want to involve more users, right? To attract more users, they may prefer to select those comments or posts that have extreme attitude, extreme negative attitude, to involve more people on their website. But it's not a good thing for humans, right? We don't like extreme reviews, and it's not good for us to build a healthy, let's say, healthy environment online. But maybe that's not that's not the choice for social media company. And when we change the chatbot, maybe we can use this method to filter the extreme negative toxicity comments or the talks, so that the chatbot would talk with people in a very nice way. So that's maybe a good use of sentiment analysis of AI. So I think another way is how we use that. So that's what I want to add in business context.
Yeah, I couldn't help just jumping in, and I raised my virtual hand. So I hope that that's enough for my politeness. So, but I really like what I heard, and Dr. Tang's earlier comment, I think it has a lot of connections can be made between Dr. Tang's comment and Dr. Sham's comment. We're talking about harnessing AI, or talking about harnessing technology, but actually what should really be harnessed or controlled or governed, coming back to Dr. Chi's earlier comment, is the organizations. We are looking at organizations expanding in all areas of our life. AI is just one tiny example. It's just the tip of the iceberg. And unfortunately, organizations would have, I totally agree with Dr. Shams on this, would have a much larger say on what AI would look like and how AI would be mobilized in our society, which in the end would really shape our society. So I don't know how you folks think about this. I mean, if companies or organizations are not, they don't have the motivation to hold themselves in check. If they're not held in check, or as a society, what should we do? Yeah.
So one reaction I had, I was thinking of Gertjan's work on the rational decision maker as well, just as I was hearing these last few comments, and I was thinking about this, what is AI's role in many of these decisions that we make as companies? And it immediately springs to my mind about adverts. I think the comments about YouTube, for instance, just made me suddenly think of this, and then also the extremes that you get through the adverts as well. So what I mean by this is, if an AI decides or gets enough data to prove that dogs appeal to people and should be in adverts, then every advert you see on the TV or on YouTube or wherever that has been informed by that AI is going to have a dog in it. And then human reactions to that will be, why all the dogs? And suddenly then there'll be a knee-jerk reaction the other way. Now there'll be no dogs in any adverts whatsoever. Just as I say that, by the way, my dog starts sniffing under my door. So it's this vacillation between extremes, and where's the decision making? But it looks like good decision making, right? Because again, that sounds like a weird situation, but there are things that happen around the presence of identity groups, for instance, in adverts, and this starts to become more of a culture issue, a kind of social issue. And then that starts to get nasty, because then you're switching from extreme to extreme, and you're seeing certain groups all the time, certain groups never, and so on and so on and so on. And so it starts to get into this sort of harmful space if we're speaking about dark AI. And that's where I think the decision making is problematic, because everyone's deciding for the right reasons to include this because it's more diverse, it's inclusive, it's what people want, it's all looking like the right thing to do, but it leads to everyone doing the same thing, and then there's a knee-jerk reaction the other way as well. So that's why I was thinking, as people were talking, just that problem had never crystallized for me before until we started talking about this.
Okay, I guess that I'm the only one who's got his hands up, so I'm going to stop talking. Yeah, thanks very much for all of the inputs. That's very interesting. One of the things I'd like to talk about is the fact that there is a bit of uncertainty about the future of AI, and that's what we are concerned about. Like every other technology, we don't know where we are going, and that's quite natural. We can understand why people are so much concerned about this. And I believe, again, back to the previous point I raised is about the inequality that we have, and then the larger stake that the large organizations take in that, because they are the key beneficiaries of that, at least from the financial perspective. And they have a stronger voice, of course. What can be done to impact, I'm not sure to what extent we can impact that, but what we can do to prevent ourselves from being very, very passive in the way that this technology is being developed is to develop and work on certain discourses that points at ethical usage of AI. and the way that we want that to impact our lives. That's what we can do. The other thing is to direct those discourses to lead to the development of some regulations. Nowadays, we're talking about, like, you know, what Dr. Tang mentioned is that you click on something and the AI does not quite understand what you are looking for, or why did you, ignore a video, or why did you click on that and watch it. Sometimes I'm very much hesitant because of that to click on some videos that are suggested to me by YouTube, because it's going to just take it for granted and keep showing me, the same types of videos, which is not the reason I decided to watch that. So I ignore that. And the other thing is that, I mean, it may sound like a kind of conspiracy theory, but I've talked to many people about this experience, and you may agree or disagree with me, but please share with me what you think, is that I believe that my phone is eavesdropping and listening to me. Many times I've brought up something in a conversation with the chat, and then all of a sudden, let's say that I talked about a coffee maker, and all of a sudden, I started seeing, ads related to the coffee maker and all the social medias on that. It was an incident. I was talking to a Canadian colleague about my favorite comedian, Ricky Gervais, and I'm sure that UK colleagues know him. The guy had no idea about him, and the next day, and he had never searched the name on the internet. The next day, he told me, you know what? After that conversation, I went on YouTube and it started showing me videos of Ricky Gervais, suggesting that. So I'm not sure I'm being paranoid or not, but I've heard this from many people that my data is being collected without my consent, and is being put into that large database, big data, and being analyzed so that I can be targeted by these companies. So I believe that we need to have some regulations about the importance of privacy and what they can do. I doubt that we can stop technology to advance in a certain direction, but we can somehow impact that by encouraging people to show some sort of behaviors with respect to some kinds of responses that we get from this application, and also get the authorities to develop some sound regulations about it.
If I can just jump in very, very quickly, because this came up yesterday as well. I was looking for a smart plug, and I looked at the reviews, and one of the reviews said, I actually took the effort of reading the terms and conditions, and this smart plug apparently can check every single device in your home, give the IP addresses and all these other bits of information all to the company that you're buying the smart plug from. Suffice to say, I didn't buy that smart plug. So again, it's that review is important, but again, how many people read the terms and conditions, and how many people own that plug? So I think this is true, and I've had similar experience, Farshid, as well. So it's not a conspiracy theory, certainly it's not one that's only coming from kooks and cranks. I hope it's definitely out there. Yeah, bit of a problem.
I also want to jump in really quick. I think technologically speaking, it is definitely possible. Either they are really eavesdropping us, or they're using the voice to text technology, or I mean, even if they're not, technologically speaking, it is possible that because they have access to so much data that we input into our phone or computer, by connection, by association, they come to the conclusion that people who typically are interested in those XYZ things, they would naturally want to do ABC, and then that ABC got prompt in your YouTube front page. But in any case, it's very, very worrying. Companies are trying to appear, I use the word appear not lightly, appear accountable. For instance, YouTube and other companies, they tell you how to disable this tracking, but then I don't know how many people would actually want to do that. You have to go through painstakingly a lot of steps to find out how to do this, right? So why companies don't make it as simple as they do for other functions, Do you want to disable? The first thing you do whenever you click on the YouTube video, there's a button there saying, do you want to disable the tracking for you? Why don't they make it that simple? I think there are definitely some organizational motivations or business motivations behind this kind of interaction design there. Yeah, I don't know what other folks are thinking.
May I interrupt? Sorry. Just a couple of 2 examples that came to my mind that I think that are very crucial. One is the deep fake technology that is being empowered by AI. And that's going to cause some significant problems, even the courts. You know, if you can develop a video of me talking about something that I've never ever said, and then use it against me in court. I mean, we need to resort to some other technologies to counter this technology, and that's the quite important concern. The other I heard about was that insurance companies are thinking about using this technology to, based on a large database and collecting some genetic information from individuals, finding out the possibilities of me as an individual developing a certain disease in the future, like getting a cancer, how likely I am to get a cancer, and then increase the the insurance for me as an individual, which I think is pretty nasty. And I think that's the reason I said that we need certain regulations to stop AI to get into certain areas. Sorry for interruption.
Yeah, no problem at all. But while you're talking about the like deep fake, it's freaking me because now we're all dangerous. But by the way, I want to respond to what you said before, like the coffee maker, right? That example, yeah. I definitely have exactly similar experience, but I think the situation is that the law is always behind the technology, and we have to admit that. So even we think about that from the perspective of business or the companies, it's not always a good option to recommend those things once they just detect that. I mean, we talk about coffee machine, it doesn't mean we want to buy one. Right, we search that doesn't mean we want to buy one. But if we got those ads, we may get annoyed. We may feel annoyed. So I think it may also leave the negative pressure of the company to the customers if we keeping receive those ads. So I hope companies could think about that and don't do these things. And and also I think there is a debate of the privacy and the convenience of the life, especially in China. Recently, we have a new digital security law, so the apps cannot collect the data more than they need. So in actually before this law, the apps can collect any data they want. If you don't want to give them that permission, then you can use that app. So they can collect your location, the contacts, all the phones that you received, the messages. It's really dangerous for people. But now we as a customers, we can make the choice. So I think it's a good thing to see the development of the laws, but it always behind the technology. And so we're always in danger in some situation.
Yeah, just quickly to jump in here. I think companies are talking about corporate social responsibilities, but then CSR folks are not really working on this, right? As far as I'm concerned, they're not working on this yet. Maybe this AI, sort of a sense of self-control vis-a-vis AI can be incorporated into future CSR discussions, right? If you want to become socially responsible companies, it's not about what you do, but what you not to do. In my talk earlier, later today, I will also talk about how companies need to have a built-in option for customers not to interact with AI. They should be given this option, right? We're collecting your data, this and that, but your data would be processed with AI-based powered technologies, but they should also enable the option that they cannot, companies do not want to interact with those technologies. They should have the opportunity. One thing, slightly off topic though, I also, we talk about self-fulfilling prophecy, and we also know that the general public are not always technology savvy, and especially with so much hype going on, right? AI is good for your health. So a lot of people might think that, what the recommendations that they see on YouTube or on their phone are actually supposed to be good for them, right? So there's, I don't know how to call it. Maybe, we call it AI, AI fulfilling prophecies. Imagine the scenario. Someone that is not technological savvy hasn't thought so much about AI's potential consequences for their life, but they heard and read so much about how AI is efficient. AI is a solution to a lot of things. And maybe they just came out of a conversation with their friends that, AI really made their friends' life easier. So now they see this YouTube video being recommended. So for those people, they might be thinking, maybe I do like this, or maybe I do need this kind of video. It's not that the technology is flawed. The technology is based on my search of that keyword. Maybe that person wouldn't think that much. That person probably would think that, because I don't understand how AI works, I think, why this kind of videos got prompted to my phones every now and then. That's probably because I really do love it. I don't know myself enough, right? So you see, eventually, we would have different profiles of customers. One would be people like us, like you, like Dr. Tang and James. You are annoyed and you decide to step away. But there are other people, I guess, would potentially, for lack of a better word, be really cultural dopes. They would, to some extent, blindly accept the recommendations and even making themselves believe that this is really good for their health. Yeah.
So I think, sorry, I'm being very talkative. I'd like to hear from others, but the things actually rush into my head because you're talking about very, very interesting issues. Will, what you're saying suggests a matter of choice. And what you are suggesting, and Dr. Tang mentioned as well, is that technology should develop in a way that provides choice for people. And when we talk about products that we want to purchase, or seeing some videos that we don't really want to follow on YouTube or something like that, it's understandable. But sometimes the usage of AI goes beyond that. Think about the controversy, or better to say, scandal of Cambridge Analytica. The organization that collected data on behalf of Facebook and analyzed that and then used that in the US election in which Donald Trump became the president, to brainwash people in certain areas by bombarding them by certain types of messages or posts being shown to them. Now that's beyond the choice that you have. It's not about the product. To say that, okay, I'm seeing too much pictures of a coffee maker and I don't like to see that anymore. This is something happening behind the scenes. And we can't really rely on corporate social responsibility because there are always bad guys out there. And I'm not certainly thinking of AI as a Frankenstein that is going to ruin us. But I think that my point is that we have to strengthen ourselves as people of these societies to increase our control over future development of that. And one way of doing it is by promoting certain discourses. The reason that you see that some of these companies are suggesting, like giving you this option of opting out of being tracked by the app, is the consequence of certain discourses that were promoted by people that were complaining that we don't like to be traced by this actually, and then they raise their voice. And that's the reason that the companies are responding to that. I think that we should do that more.
Yes, I also want to jump into share some of my opinions from a public administration perspective. We have talked about the issue of regulation, privacy, and some examples in elections related to AI adoption. I think these issues will be more serious when they come to the public sector. So I think there is to deal with these issues, there is a urgent need for public administrators to get engaged more like proactively, because as a public administrator, we are dealing with issues related to the whole society. And we can just simply wait for technology to shape the landscape before putting fences around it. So this is a more urgent issue for public administration, and the government should be like get to be more engaged and more active in shaping policy around the change caused by the AI adoption. So for public administrators, we should think more about it is not the technology issues, and it's not AI is good or evil, but it's about are we as people are good or evil? So we need to think about some in-depth questions when we set policies around the AA adoption in different areas in the society. That's what we need to do as a public administrator. Thank you.
And I have to jump in because we got this a great question from the audiences, and it's a very short question but very powerful. It says, can we really control AI? And do you have any ideas about like what kind of insights do you have on this topic?
Well, maybe I can jump in here because that's sort of a question that maybe doesn't only just apply to AI, but just applies to any sort of complex organizational system. Because the design with a certain purpose in mind, like a company or public body or a membership organization for certain cause, like they're designed for a certain purpose, but you've got people at different levels of the organization. They work on part of the process, so you get this slippage of coordination, and you get the structure you put into place in the organization channels information, and it stops certain information from spreading. So not everybody doesn't have the full picture. So you get a result that is not fully intentional in the end. So even the same with AI. AI is also a structural system designed to certain rules and certain intentionality at the beginning. But if there's different processes sort of working independently from each other, or the information is only structured to progress in a certain way, then the end result might not be what you would want to have happen if you were able to think about that particular case. Reminds me a bit of some issues they had in my home country in the Netherlands with some design of some public policy where they had a trend in which they took away ever more latitude on part of the individual civil servant, and then you see these really draconian things happen, which by no means were the intention, but because you structure the system in a way in which you take away autonomy or sort of deviation, and you make everything even more rule and more rule based, that it just, you get this all these unintended consequences that you can't control. So I think that same for AI, same for an organizational system, that that's the sort of stuff that can happen.
I think partly that it's maybe moving away from thinking in terms of control, thinking in terms of one system controlling another system, because it's much more about a question of alignment. So to pick up Farshid's example earlier of insurance, if they start to harvest medical data about me to inform how much I should be paying for insurance, that shows that we have made a fundamental mistake in what we think insurance is. That defies the very nature of insurance. The more accurate the data, the more accurate the prediction, the more likely the insurance is no longer a gamble. It's no longer a prediction of anything. It's actually telling you what you're going to die of and then saying, I'm going to tax you for that. So instead, it makes much more sense to align systems here and say, well, we've just changed what insurance is for now. Insurance is no longer for that. Insurance is now, for instance, for so any public funds, whether it's paid into insurance or paid into the state, can now be about making treatments that you're likely to need cheaper. So we can use the data. So the point is, you don't have to sort of draw back from having that data available. It's about saying the data's there, it exists, we have this technology now, and never has any attempt to control technology ever worked. So, you know, to stop it from spreading. TV, radio, it doesn't matter what we put, you know, cars, etc. Never going to stop it. Once it exists, it's going to spread. So that I think the issue is more about what can governments, what can public policy do to try and align these things better, so that we say, okay, we now predict what you're going to likely fall ill from, so why don't we make the treatments for that cheaper? And then the real gamble is, if the chances are you get something that's very unlikely, now you're going to have to actually pay a bit more for that. That seems better than me saying, you're going to pay less for your insurance and I'm going to pay more for mine. It just seems like that's a much worse system that we currently have to the one that we could be having based on this data. So yeah, alignment, I think, is fundamentally important here. And again, throwing out old systems. Sorry, insurers, but we might have to change what you do now.
I also think the collaboration among different sectors is a very important approach to regulating the adoption of AI in different scenarios. For governments, I think most governments have very limited number of skilled professionals who are capable of dealing with issues caused by AI, at least so far. So I think they need to collaborate with some other stakeholders and actors in private or nonprofit organizations. Similarly, the private organizations also have their own limits, so the need to follow, or the need to help government to promote to set up some really effective regulations to guide the adoption of AI in different areas. And I think the current use of AI provide a very good opportunity for the private sector to step in, because as government do not possess the high demand skills. So if it can be done right, and this could result in productive partnerships, but if it's done poorly, this could lead to some, issues, because government will have fewer and fewer control of these services or the solutions related to AI use. So I think from the public administration perspective, it's really important to promote the collaboration among different sectors to deal with the problems resulting from AI.
And thank you, Dr. Chi, but sorry about my interruption. This is such a wonderful discussion, but the time is almost there. So I have to ask the final question. With so many topics we have discussed, what is your final assessment of AI for our society? Will it be a good force?
If I may go first out very quick, I think it's going to go out of control. I think it's going to go. I very much hope what Dr. Chi mentioned, the government and private sector collaboration would be the case, but look at some other technologies or not, non-technologies, have this kind of partnership ever been formed in the productive manner in the past? I think human society, we need a lot more wisdom. I'm passive. I share my pessimism with Dr. Cutter on this. I don't think we would have a really bright future because after all, in different sectors, they have their different rational motivations to use AI in certain ways to push the boundaries of AI or to fight back. But I don't see a concerted effort happening very soon. Yeah.
if I can just come in there, just on that mention of pessimism. So all I would say is that my pessimism is more about the chances of AI becoming a threat to us. I think we're the threat. And I think this has come across in most of the comments we've talked about, that we're going to end up beating ourselves over the head with AI. And that's the danger. Yeah, so I think AI is a tool like any other. I don't think we need to fear it. And I think, again, if we can be sensible about its use, I think it can be really effective. But I never like to make predictions about which technologies will succeed or fail. Although I will tell you right now, we will never, ever, ever make VR work. No one wants to cover their eyes. No one wants it. Sorry, I could have explained this to Mark Zuckerberg before, but he wouldn't listen. I'm sorry. But
it's being recorded though, Alex. It's being recorded, so we will revisit this video in 10 years.
Please send it to him. He'll watch it in VR anyway, but it'll be just him. So yeah, no VR. AR, that'll be hugely successful. VR, no, not so much. That's my prediction for investors. There you go.
Okay, I can say a few things in response to that question. I think that, well, it is positive in itself that we talk about the dark side of AI, and it's being discussed at the societal level. I'm not being very, very pessimistic, and I think that we need to increase our awareness of the dangers of AI, the possible dangers of that, and try out different ways of impacting its future development. I'm somewhat concerned about the unintended consequences of the development of this technology. But having talked about lots of negative aspects of that, we should consider the positive side of it too, and these need to be seen at the same time. Coming out of the COVID, we can think about the way that it is going to be helpful in terms of predicting the mutations of the virus, and protecting the human society against that, and many other positive aspects of it that we can think of. So we can, I think that we should take a kind of balanced view towards AI and try to be observant.
Yeah, so I personally agree that we do have some unintentional consequences from both the set of technology and the adoption of technology. But I think the idea is that we know those limitations, and we can get the better design when we adopt the technology, and we can also encourage the development of the technology. So this is actually a dynamic interaction develop process. And I believe the development can solve the problem.
I just want to share my opinion about the AI adoption in public sectors. I think the usage in the future is still compared with in the private sector, there are more limitations, because in the public sectors, we need to consider more issues, especially some human qualities like empathy and equity. So this is not just an instrumental approach to doing things. So in the public sector, I think the usage of AI will have more regulation.
And thank you. It was such a delightful discussion. I think it's fascinating that we have our inspiring conversation about the dark side of AI with our respectful professors. And once again, thanks for the panel, and thank you all for coming. Oh,
thank you.
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Lucas said the thank you, although I didn't get to say.
Oh, I thought you raised your hand, so you clap. Okay.
All right.
Okay,
thank you, Lina, for moderating this session.
Thank you, Lina.
Thank you, Lina.
Thank you.
So our next session will be Dr. Zhao's presentation in 1 hour. Looking forward to that. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, see you then.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, hello everybody, and welcome to this presentation. I'd like to take some few minutes to introduce the presenter, Dr. Zhao. But before that, please note that the way that you can send your questions to us is through the email that you see at the bottom of this poster, info@the-iori.com. If we have some time at the end, I'll read it out to the presenter who's going to respond to that. But before we start, the title of the presentation is The Ethical and Social Implications of Conversational AI in Customer Services. Dr. Zhao is an assistant professor in organization and human behavior at the Stratford School. He earned his PhD from the French grade Lyon Business School, and pursued his postdoctoral research at Stanford University as a SCANCOR scholar. Before joining University of Waterloo, Will taught for several years at an IICSB accredited university business school, where he received his first promotion to tenured associate professor and won several teaching and research related awards at both faculty and university levels. Will is an interdisciplinary researcher interested in studying multimodality from organizational, educational, and engineering perspectives. His social research primarily examines the cognitive and decisional implications of language and technology as multimodal phenomena, whereas his more engineering, audience-targeted research centers on applying and developing artificial intelligence techniques for multimodal analysis. Will has contributed to his lines of research by publishing in impactful organizational, educational, and engineering journals and conferences. In addition, he has served as an associate editor or special issue editor at high-impact multidisciplinary journals. So I'd like to keep that short to let the presenter start his presentation. Please do not forget to send your questions through that email address so that I can read it out to the presenter at the end. Dr. Zhao, we are listening to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shams, for your introduction. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. The topic for today is ethical and social implications, but the scope of my talk is really just very general. As a bit of roadmap, I will first talk about this phenomenon called chatbot and conversational AI, which is the technology behind it. And then I'm gonna go on to talk about the history of chatbot, and then outline some of the key considerations from the ethical and societal perspectives. And then I will end my presentation with a question for the future. So what the future would be like. So chatbot, I think a lot of us here viewing this presentation have already interacted with chatbot one form or another. In 2016, there's this idea of chatbot being taking on a very prominent role in our life. People coined the year 2016 the year of the bot. Now, since then, conversational AI applications have been rapidly deployed by businesses and organizations across the globe, providing personalized services in unprecedented efficiency. Now, the business of potential conversational AI has been embraced with great enthusiasm. I think everyone have heard about chatbot, conversational AI. Probably you are already getting tired of hearing the conversations so often. But chatbot are just one instance of automated software agents or intelligent virtual assistants. For example, we have Apple's Siri and Amazon's Alexa. And they are estimated to have a market potential of $45 billion in 2024. Now, a chatbot, which stimulates everyday human speech in the form of a conversation, is essentially a software program or intangible robot, as we say in research. These kind of intangible robots perform automated tasks, and they exhibit different levels of intelligence, ranging from very basic and rule-based ones to more intelligent ones driven by machine learning technologies. The most basic versions of conversational AI are those automated yet not very autonomous agent, which means they can only be written by programmers using pre-scripted and pre-organized inputs, and they respond to humans by traversing a pre-coded decision tree with rules to stimulate interactions, but never actually deviate from a predetermined narrative structure. Meanwhile, machine learning-driven chatbots are designed to mimic human cognitive skills, including judgment. Now, most systems, this is how they work. They would convert unstructured human input, such as our spoken language, our speech, and our text, into machine-readable form, and apply this thing called NLP, natural language processing, to generate the output in human-like voices and texts. The performance of such AI-based systems has improved over time, as I think everyone has experienced that. Now, these applications are being deployed in more complex tasks, such as e-learning and tutoring in higher education settings. And a lot of times they're used to make recommendations in retail and in healthcare. Now, on the screen, we have one example of this chatbot. This is deployed by Marriott International, which is a hotel chain. Now, this chatbot is on their Facebook Messenger. They deal with a lot of hotel business-related items, such as your rewards, etc. Now, the promise of a faster, cheaper, and more accurate analysis of vast amounts of data has really led to an unprecedented explosion in the use of chatbot in retail business, just as an example. The potential benefits have attracted a lot of retail companies to utilize chatbot in their services. It is fair to say that there have been as many commercial interests as academic interests across social sciences and engineering in studying AI-powered communicative robots. Now, the social impact of AI has become widely talked about today. However, our society hasn't always been so enthusiastic about AI. Actually, a period of AI winter started in 1969. That was a time when the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency of the Department of Defense of the US froze its funding for its ambitious AI missions. And we also had another AI winter around 1988. But then recently, AI has taken successfully a second return, a second coming. The second wave of AI has really revived interest in machine learning because it paved the way for systems that can interact more like humans. I think a lot of us remember that in 1990s, when IBM's Deep Blue defeated world chess champion Garry Kasparov, there was really a milestone moment. In the mid-2000s, when Google came up with the idea of using massive data sets for pattern recognition, at that time, conversational AI began really, for the first time, to take off significantly as one of the key developments in the next phase of AI. Now, since 2012, we have increasingly heard about another very important term, deep learning, also known as deep structured learning, which is part of a broader family of machine learning methods based on artificial neural networks with representation learning. Now, engineers working in the field of natural language processing, or NLP that we talked about, have worked very hard to improve artificial language. And their work has produced robots that use not only human language, but also mimic human language speakers. Now, speaking of mimicking humans, let's take a quick look at the history of our society's relationship with robot, which is the second half of a conversational AI, in addition to AI. So robot really is a technology that has mimicking humans at its core, right? Unlike AI, which has a relatively short history, robots actually have fascinated us as a society for several centuries. Around 1495, Leonardo da Vinci published designs for a mechanical knight. And over the next 400 years, several toy automata were built, largely for the entertainment of royalty. We could see one of these prototypes on the screen. Now, the word robot was first used in 1921 by Czech playwright Karel Čapek in his play R.U.R., Rossum's Universal Robot. The play involves a factory that builds artificial people to be servants for humans. However, before Alan Turing proposed the AI test, the famous Turing test, the idea behind robot had mostly been to showcase the latest advances in mechanical engineering. Now, which brings me to the next point. It is important to know that chatbot is not really a physical, tangible robot, although it shares many of the features with its tangible counterpart. The chatbot as a concept is not really well defined in research. And we sometimes use different terms interchangeably, such as automatic agent, a virtual agent, or for very simple systems, we just call it a bot. Scholars have noted that the lack of clear definitions may be problematic for academia, for policy, but also for industry. So in this talk, and in my own research, I define chatbot as an AI-powered interactive partner that provides an information service on behalf of an organization. Now, these chatbots are software that does not exist in real world and does not interact physically with humans. What do I mean by interactive partner? Well, these partners are basically the different partners for humans who will use different means to interact with them. Now, this interaction is much more complex than just pressing a button on a device. Now, when we're interacting with human users, conversational AI systems usually have 5 main tasks. We have automatic speech recognition, understanding spoken language, dialogue management, natural language generation, and text-to-speech synthesis. Now, with highly developed language processing capability, chatbots can interact with customers and provide them with personalized recommendations. In the retail setting, which is the focus of my talk, chatbots can communicate orally or textually with customers on topics related to purchasing advice, complaints, returns, technical support, etc. Really a lot of things conversational AI can do now. For example, on the screen, you have Sephira's chatbot, which could offer users makeup tips and product suggestions. The interaction between the customer and the chatbot takes place when the customer starts typing a question, right? On your screen, on the mobile phone screen, but typically we would start typing a question into the chatbot interface. And as long as we ask the chatbot a question, the interaction would start and it would continue. Now, common customer service responses before we actually take out our phone and interact with chatbot, but these customer service responses have already been input into the system, right? They were stored and invoked to provide the customer with product knowledge. So when a customer has a non-standard need, what will happen? Well, a lot of us probably already have that experience. When our questions are not that standardized, then we would be directed to a real human custom personnel, custom service assistant. So when you think of it, these chatbots, in fact, they play a dual role. They are a service provider, but they are also an intermediary between a service agent, a real human, and a customer. Now, one salient feature of such systems is that they are data-based. Okay? They study data inputs, such as transactions performed by us previously, and they perform descriptive and predictive tasks with algorithm trained and improved. So, for example, they would know what kind of products would be best to recommend to us, although only to a certain extent of efficiency and effectiveness. Now, in the past, chatbots were very different from human conversational partners. For example, for humans, it is relatively easy to have a conversation that is coherent, even engaging. And our conversations can cover a wide range of topics. And these topics may come and go, but the overall coherence of our conversation is still kept intact. For a long time, maintaining this kind of coherence was beyond the reach of data-driven conversational AI. This was mostly because the traditional way to build a chatbot relied heavily on handwritten rules and templates or simple statistic methods. Today, we have new methods such as deep learning, reinforcement learning, which have generated really new capacities to enhance conversation, make this conversation sound more smooth, more human-like. And humanoid behavior has been improved by, for example, increasing the participation of conversational subjects through adaptive responses. Now, the growing complexity of AI and the increasing ubiquity of business applications of machine learning in today's world have really brought some concerns as well, not only over the well-being of individuals, but also over the general well-being of our society. Now, recent research, systematic literature review on ethical technology shows that topics such as privacy and security are recurring in our academic conversations. Meanwhile, a review of 84 AI ethics documents found that accountability and privacy are very important key themes that academics would like academics and policymakers are interested in working on and knowing more. So in the next bit of my talk, I will focus on three important aspects of those issues: privacy, trust, and accountability. The first thing, privacy. Now, the development of chatbot is really an intensive data processing process, which needs large amount of data set about the interaction between humans and AI to train a more accurate algorithm. Now, this can lead to ethical issues in privacy, particularly in terms of privacy of our data. What data is collected, who has access to it, and how long the data has been stored, and where, and for what purpose. As researchers find out, the complexity of AI system is actually making it increasingly difficult for individuals to understand how our information is being analyzed. Now, existing studies also point to the lack of specific organizational data access guidelines. We talked about this in an earlier panel in this conference. Indeed, the explicit and implicit data collection by chatbots may raise profound issues, such as the persistence of data, which means the data collected may live longer than us, right? Than generations of customers. Another issue would be related to the reuse of the data, which means that the use of the data may exceed the purpose for which it was generated. Right? Once the data is there in the hand of the company that collected this data, it'd be very hard. It'd be an arduous task to really monitor how the data is used. So these are data-related privacy issues. Some of which have already brought into some legal discussions, and some protection laws have been established, some frameworks have been built, such as the GDPR in Europe. Another privacy issue for chatbots is that chatbots may influence human users' self-disclosure tendencies. Right? When we disclose our information to chatbot, do we really actively or consciously pay attention to what kind of information do we disclose and at what times? As human beings, we tend to behave and interact differently with an AI agent than when we are dealing with another human agent. So the social relationships that develop between humans and chatbots often seen as a way of anonymity. So we tend to think that the chatbot is not a real person. So whatever we say, we are actually saying it in an anonymous manner, which may not be really the case. So the fact that we think that we have this anonymity, that actually encourages self-disclosure. However, unlike explicitly submitting data through structured forms, such as when you are asked to fill out a questionnaire, as customers, we may not know how much information we have leaked through our conversation with the chatbot, and what kind of personal data AI can infer from our natural language. An earlier conversation we have in the panel talks about how our phone actually can predict with great accuracy the terms that we would be using next. That's just another example of that. Now, user privacy is really crucial, and it's becoming increasingly important as conversational AI systems spread in more areas. However, curtailing access to data can impact conversational AI's effectiveness. This makes the concept of privacy not just a matter of individual users, but of organizations and societies. For example, organizations now need to comply with privacy standards, such as GDPR that we talked about just now. Also, transparency is essential for customers to make informed choices. So if customers knew that they were working with a chatbot instead of a human agent, they might be able to make more informed decisions about their actions, especially regarding disclosure. So they need to be made aware, the customers need to be made aware that they're dealing with a human agent or a chatbot. This is an important first step for companies and organizations to respect, the important first step for the companies to take towards respecting the needs and well-being of customers. The next issue I want to talk about is trust. This is another important issue for AI mobilizing organizations, for customers, and of course for our society at large. Computer scientists and engineers initially solved the trust problem by introducing security protocols, authentication, cryptography, central control, and strict rules to improve security. And researchers have actually long identified the well-established factors that influence a person's trust in a system decision-making. You can think about whether these factors apply to you, for instance, whether you are familiar with a certain technology, whether you feel secure. The list can go on, integrity, dependability, etc. Now, when having these measures in place, we feel that we can trust the technology. Of course, this is very useful and necessary. The idea of full control, and purely technical solutions, however, in my view, would be unrealistic as a way to solve ethical problems. After all, chatbot and the information and communication technologies that support chatbots have always been embedded in our social relationships. So any discussion of trust in chatbot therefore cannot really be effective without understanding and exploiting its social context. So let's talk about a little bit more about that. Customers sometimes have a lot of general assumptions, and these assumptions may not always hold true. The first assumption that customers typically have would be chatbot neutrality. That means they would think that AI systems are unbiased. And this is really a widely held but often misguided belief. Current conversational AI applications are mostly based on two core applications of machine learning, natural language processing and predictive analytics, and neither kind is immune to bias. For example, research has found out that there is racial bias in widely used AI-based robotic systems. Now, scholars have argued that machine learning algorithms are only as good as the data sets that are entered into them. Now, in some cases, because chatbot can learn from data collected from humans, human biases may be reflected or even amplified in chatbot's decisions. Now, one famous example is Microsoft's Tang, which we can see on the screen here, which was a Twitter chatbot designed to improve its communication skills by interacting with the users on Twitter. And a lot of us probably remember what happened. Shortly after entering in the human community, this chatbot became an evil propaganda robot. Now, this suggests that the organizations really need to find ways to make their algorithm free from, for example, unfair population sampling and estimation processes that do not give accurate results. A certain kind of human intervention is definitely needed there. A related assumption for chatbot by customers is that AI will play its expected role. However, machine learning algorithms offer varying levels of accuracy and interpretability. Now, the complexity of algorithm can lead to a lack of transparency in the AI decision-making process. For example, what inputs it considers and why chatbot recommends a particular solution, right? Now, basic machine learning algorithms such as the logic model and the decision tree provide better interpretability because they can track the weights and coefficients of independent variables, as well as the path from the node to leaf. However, in deep neural networks or multi-layer neural networks, it is difficult to relate the effects of parameters assigned to a neural network layer to the final decision. In some cases, algorithms are really black boxes, right? And optimizing a neural network is still often based on just the intuition of computer scientists or engineers. So when we are using a black box technology, it is difficult not to determine. It is difficult, really, not to pay attention to the prospective dilemma that we would be in. That is, how do we really know when something goes wrong, and who would be responsible for any damage or ethical lapses if they arise? Now, moving on to the final item on the ethical issues of conversational AI, accountability. Now, here there are two issues related to accountability that warrant close attention, both in terms of customers and human chatbot interactions. The first, who is accountable when a chatbot participates in customer service? For example, we can consider chatbots being used for making initial recommendations for product return or exchange. Now, these chatbots have convinced customers that those recommendations are based on analysis of large data sets and input from product experts. However, many of these recommendations and suggestions are really just a reference. In this case, who is responsible when the customer fully follows the advice provided by a chatbot, and then the customer is not happy, is not satisfied with the recommended solution? In traditional customer service scenarios, employees and companies have accountability to their customers. But if a chatbot takes on this initial task, accountability becomes less clear, right? In a way, as I show on the screen in my figure, in a way, the existence, the presence of chatbot provided actually an extra layer for companies to escape from accountability. You can see really there's a shift of the accountability boundaries there, which we need to address. Second, the rise of conversational AI has led to some ethical questions for organizations, including the ability for the organizations to retain a level of control over their AI applications' decision-making processes. Can they really have the control? Are they capable? Do they have the ability to do that? Can companies really ensure that the AI system they deploy always operate in a manner consistent with the company's core values? Now, this is something that really up for debate. All in all, the division of accountability in the scenario of AI chatbot is really complex. The division of accountability in more traditional settings is, of course, very easy to understand. Let's think about automobile industry. Think about a car, right? Automakers here are responsible for the technical safety of cars, right? Drivers are responsible for driving. Mechanics are responsible for proper maintenance. Public authorities are responsible for the conditions of roads and so on. But chatbots have certain level of autonomy, although not very high in today's technology terms. So the outcome of the AI's decision making is very hard to really analyze from accountability perspectives. So much so that we have some research devoted to this. A common term that research typically talk about is distributed accountability. Basically, that means that the accountability should be distributed across different parties, because chatbots are really the result of multiple interactions involving designers, developers, users, software, hardware, companies that deploy them, etc. For example, one scenario is that organizations rely on complex AI algorithms to assist personnel in performing complex tasks. Now, in this scenario, you could think about organizations that actually do not have enough control over the AI decision-making process. Perhaps most of this complex AI development is outsourced by the company rather than developed in-house. Now, remember, chatbot that we are talking about here, they are not fully autonomous. So they are not really a moral agent, right? They cannot be held accountable for their actions. Then who is responsible when the chatbot violates moral values? Should it be the developer of the algorithm, or the company or the organization that uses the application, or the customer? Predictably, since the organization would have to face the consequences of chatbot actions, future chatbot services to customers would require a definition of the parties' responsibilities and their limits in a contractual manner. So you could foresee that in the future we would have way more contracts to click that we have to agree to before using certain services. While this is not always practical or comprehensive, it can help define the responsibilities that organizations should bear for AI-related issues. It is a first step that we need to take. Also, from the society's perspective, this could also prevent organizations from using the presence of chatbot to shield claims of their legal and other accountabilities. Okay, now I'm really coming to the end of my talk, and I want to end my talk with a question. In my talk, the chatbot that we really looked at are chatbot of today, right? In today's technological terms. In other words, these are chatbots that are not that autonomous. That is why you could see nowadays a lot of our ethical efforts have been directed around regulating the people, not AI. Right? Because as I said just now, these conversational AI, these chatbots, they're not moral agents. But this could change, right? In the future, you could foresee that AI gain much more autonomy, and you would see a lot more autonomous conversational AI, conversational agents. So my question here for everyone to think about of my talk is really this. In futuristic scenarios where AI is given more responsibilities, we still want to govern them, right? But will our efforts to govern them really be possible at all? When AI is assumed as a moral agent, can we really govern them? That is it for my talk. And thank you very much. And welcome any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. It was a very, very interesting presentation talking about the several different issues, but mostly revolving around the concept of accountability of corporations with respect to this particular technology called chatbots, which is empowered by AI. I have received a number of questions, so I'm going to ask these questions from the presenter in the order that I've received them. The first question is, it seems that it is very difficult for companies to reduce biases of AI applications. What are your suggestions for companies and organizations that are considering using chatbot in their services?
This is actually a very, very good question. First of all, I'm actually quite optimistic about what we can do. Here, I think companies can take a lot of initiatives to improve the status of the bias. Some people would argue that it is very difficult to evaluate a conversational AI system's bias behavior, right? But even if that's the case, companies will still have to verify that their chatbot are as unbiased as possible. For example, they can work to ensure that these chatbots recommend products based on genuine interest or needs, not based on gender, race, or age, just because they got data from customers of a certain gender, race, or age. Then it's likely that the recommendations are based on those data. But then companies can really have come up with certain ways to intervene to make sure that their recommendations are really genuinely based on interest. All right, and also think about it. If this is not done, there will be a lot of damages, right? Companies that do not have a good chatbot strategy, they would face dire consequences. So it's important for them to continuously assess and ensure that customers are not compromised by these sensitive features of chatbot. Well, actually, this is also a question of training data quality, right? And also the reliability of algorithms used by companies for prediction, right? So engineers should also work on improving the training data quality, making their algorithms more reliable. There's another thing I think in today's world, a lot of companies are already trying to do, and I think more companies need to do it, which is to spend more time to learn what customers really want from chatbots, right? Knowing what customers expect from chatbot is, I think, is crucial, so that we know the trust customers may have on the company is not abused. Companies, they have chatbots, and the customers interact with those chatbots. Sometimes they interact with chatbot blindly, believe that the chatbot would come up with results that are in the customer's benefits, in their welfare, but it's a lot of times it's not the case. So before a chatbot is deployed, I think companies need to consult with a wide range of customers to identify, validate their expectations. Right? For example, if the customer really wants the conversation to be anonymous, then the data that the chatbot collects, they should not only be invisible to other people outside of the organizational boundary, but they should also be invisible to development team. Those people who develop a chatbot, they shouldn't be able to have access to this data if the customer required that their input is anonymous. They should be taken out of the equation, taken out of the data set. Similarly, if a chatbot is designed to make recommendations, then users should be able to expect relatively fair information, right? Yeah, so that was my 2 cents.
Okay, thank you. I'll move to the second question. Says, what is your view about the term ethical AI? You talked about it, but can AI in its current state really be ethical?
This is really an excellent question. We talked about it in an earlier panel. I think to me, I didn't really have much time to develop this in my talk, but to me, ethical AI is really a misnomer. I think we're using a wrong term for what we're trying to do here, especially considering today's chatbots. They are really not that they're not fully autonomous. They have only limited autonomy. The word ethics is a really interesting word. When we talk about ethics, we are really thinking about ethical norms, right? Now, who should those ethical norms be directed? It's typically, you would direct ethical norms to autonomous actors, right? Natural persons, corporate person like companies, right? You would think, okay, companies is to be ethical, governments as well, because those entities, they are autonomous. But then, based on current technology, AI, the chatbot that I talked about in my talk, is really low-level systems, and we talked about distributed agency. Really, their autonomy does not allow them to assume any, moral independence. So when we say we want to enhance ethical AI, are we really talking about we are trying to make the AI more ethical, or are we really talking about the ethical use of AI? So my view about the term ethical AI simply is, I think it's a misnomer. We should stop using the term ethical AI, although I know it's going to come again and again in different conversations. I think we should either A, talk about ethical use of AI, ethical deployment of AI, or B, really wait until AI becomes fully independent, autonomous, when they really can assume moral responsibilities. And then we start to think about how to make AI responsible. Currently, to me, it's a term that is an easy, convenient term that we use to shield ourselves of those responsibilities that human beings and organizations should take. Well, thank you for the great question. Yeah.
Thanks. The next question is somewhat related to the previous one, but I'll read it out anyway. The chatbots in your talk are mainly conversational AI with limited autonomy. Are there any other levels of autonomy you can think of for a chatbot or robot in general?
Yeah, there are actually many different levels of autonomy. Again, research is not 100% clear on this. There are some earlier research that has already been done. which I actually happen to have referenced in my own research published earlier this year. So basically, currently the consensus is that AI or chatbot, to use the categorization that we used in our own research, they have roughly 6 levels of autonomy. You have some really low level autonomous AI, we call it actually level 0, which means there's no autonomy at all. You can think about, a traditional chatbot. You just make choices, and the response is predetermined. And then you also have a chatbot that are a little bit more autonomous. For example, the chatbot can provide certain guidance during task execution. You give them certain inputs, and then they actually can come up with some solutions that are not based on a box ticking kind of fashion technology. And then higher than that, we have something called task autonomy. Now, this basically means that AI can perform specific tasks initiated by us. A lot of times, when we interact with hotel booking websites, you know that certain tasks can be finished without the intervention of human beings anymore. So for those tasks, chatbots have full autonomy. So we call this task autonomy. And then we also have conditional autonomy, and then high autonomy. But then the ultimate autonomy, which I think is really just futuristic, is complete autonomy, right? Imagine in the future, no human intervention would be required for you to, from the moment you think about, booking a hotel room to the entire stay is finished, the whole transaction, or the whole transaction scenario does not involve any human being. And then if that's the case, then we were looking at complete autonomous agents. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Your talk on the ethical issues seem to come largely from normative ethics. Are there any other ethical questions that you think we should be asking?
Yeah, so that's a great point. Normative ethics talks about, what is good or bad, or what kind of code of ethics should we abide by. I think nowadays we have a lot of talks and debates about AI ethics, but it's true. In my talk certainly is one of the examples. I think most of our conversations are really based on normative ethics. For example, the European framework that I talked about in my talk is one of the examples. So they are basically established to govern and evaluate the interaction between human actors and conversational AI, and look at what are the good behavior that we should be encouraging, and what are the bad behavior we should be preventing. Actually, a lot of policy and governance effort have already been made recently to make AI practices more ethical, and these are also, as the question correctly pointed out, these are also normative ethics efforts. Two framework that come to my mind currently would be the ethically assigned design by the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, and UNESCO actually recently also come up with a report on robotics ethics. Again, they call it robotic ethics. That regulates, what normatively should be done. So to go back to what are the questions can we be asking? I think we should go beyond normative ethics. We can look at other forms of ethics, even meta ethics, which I recently started to research on. So basically, we can ask questions that are not so objective oriented. One question that I can think of would be, when we are looking at building or developing practices that are more ethical for chatbot, what kind of ethical norms should be incorporated, right, into our practices, right? What kind of principles, what kind of theories, what kind of moral reasoning methods should be encouraged? What I mean is, how do we really, so the one question that we can ask is, how do we really decide what moral principles theories and methods of model reasoning should be built into AI so that it has the ability and the behavior to respond appropriately to model situations, right? And then related to that, the final question would be, if the code of ethics that AI follows must be a particular theory or must be a particular system of ethics, then how do we decide? How do we decide it? But then, again, that's a topic for another day. All right, thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So these were the questions that I received from the audience, and I'd like to make a comment or ask a question myself at the end before we finish the session, and that's about the complexity of the concepts of accountability. And we are talking about a piece of software that has been, in most cases, developed by a third party, being used by an organization as an intermediary, and it is semi-autonomous. So when we talk about the accountability, well, as you mentioned in your talk, some organizations probably use it or try to hide behind it by drawing on the argument that this is semi-autonomous or it's not built by us, it's been outsourced.
Exactly.
So when it comes to ethical considerations, whose responsibility is it? Because the way I see it is that there are several different stakeholders involved in that, in developing it and in operationalizing it and using it.
Yeah, this is a great question. I think as far as I'm concerned, the research community as well as the policy community, they are also debating about it. My personal opinion is that, even if the company that deploys the chatbot, the conversational AI technology, has every reason to say, well, we didn't develop it, it is beyond our capability, but their choice of deploying it in their business and the fact that they would benefit from mobilizing that technology would be enough for argument against their any kind of attempt to escape from being accountable. So essentially, I guess this is the users or the adopters that should be accountable. But then there are some recent development in this field around building up some safeguarding or a more overarching structure, such as different AI ethics committees to safeguard the ethical applications of AI technology. So that's another direction that our society could take. So essentially, then you're postponing the accountability. But then in my personal opinion, the more immediate steps that company needs to take is to really learn as much as possible what the customers really want, and learn as much as possible what has been built into their AI. What are the unintended consequences that potentially could happen? I know it's very hard to fathom the unintended consequences, but they need to really take a lot of this into consideration. After all, they will benefit from the good things brought by chatbot. So if there are bad things brought by chatbot, I think it's only fair that they should be part of the parties that are responsible. Yeah, thanks for the question.
Okay, thank you so much, and that brings us to the end of the session. So thanks very much, Dr. Zhao, for your time and for the very informative presentation. And thanks everybody for listening or watching this presentation, and goodbye.
Yep, goodbye everyone.